Chapter 292. Oh no! Ji Qingxian is determined to kill me. Oh no! Wang Xiao, who was activating the artifact, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind was distracted and he suffered a backlash. His face was pale and he could not believe it. Ji Qingxian, who was usually angry at him but did not dare to attack him. Where did she get the courage to kill him today? Elder Xian, save me! At this time, Wang Xiao could not care less. He shouted into the void, planning to call for help. He could not defeat Ji Qingxian with his own strength. At this time, other than the guardians, no one could save him. You still want to call for help? Ji Qingxian frowned. Her voice was cold as if there was no temperature. She waved her hand again, and the long sword flew out. It bloomed in the void, and millions of sword lights bloomed, drowning the people below. Such a scene instantly alarmed many cultivators and living beings on the street. After all, the momentum was too shocking. Many people turned into divine rainbows and flew into the sky. They were shocked when they saw this from afar. Many buildings and pavilions were immediately hit by the aftershocks and turned into ruins. No one expected that there would be people who dared to fight in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. During this period of time, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird ordered that all killing and fighting were prohibited in order to have a peaceful environment in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Many people also knew that the rumored young master of the Gu clan was in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Therefore, they could understand the Emperor of Vermilion Bird's actions. Who are these two people? Why are they fighting here? The energy waves are so scary. They don't look old. Could they be the geniuses of the Immortal Academy? Compared to them, we've cultivated for so many years, but it's like we've cultivated for nothing. These are the so-called geniuses. Otherwise, why would they be so different from ordinary people? Many cultivators were shocked and their hearts were in turmoil. However, they also felt bitter as they deeply felt the difference between them and the geniuses. Many people immediately connected the dots with the geniuses of the Immortal Academy. Apart from these geniuses, who else could have such terrifying strength at such a young age? The momentum here was so terrifying that it spread to the depths of the ancient kingdom almost immediately. Many of the geniuses who had yet to leave turned into divine rainbows and rushed over in shock. This voice, it seems to be junior brother Wang shouting. What happened to him? Chu Hao, who was conversing with the Vermilion Bird King, couldn't help but frown. After all, his cultivation had already reached the level of a quasi-supreme. He had heard Wang Zhao's cry for help almost immediately. Although he was not very fond of this somewhat eccentric and conceited junior brother. However, if something were to happen to him in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, neither he nor the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird behind him would be able to bear the consequences. At the thought of this, Chu Hao sighed. He could only go and take a look. Father, I'll go and see what's going on. As he spoke, Chu Hao took a step forward and left the place. He appeared outside the imperial palace and rushed in the direction of the voice. Stop! At this time, Wang Xiao, who was fighting with Ji Qingxian, was stunned. When he heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel delighted, and he shouted, Elder Xian, save me! Ji Qingxian is crazy. She wants to kill me. In the void, Elder Xian appeared with a gloomy face. His cultivation was at the peak of the Great Saint stage, only one step away from the level of a quasi-supreme. The moment he arrived, the terrifying aura of a great saint shrouded the world in all directions. His divine might was vast, as if an ancient god was angry. The world changed color, and the wind and clouds rolled back. Above the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared. In a small country like the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the existence of a great saint stage was considered a grand ancestor. They would only appear in the face of the greatest danger. Therefore, the arrival of a great saint, and one at the peak of the great saint stage, was extremely terrifying. Hiss! That's a great saint. She actually attracted the arrival of a great saint. This is too scary. The expressions of many cultivators and living beings changed drastically. Their spirits trembled, and they felt a sense of awe. They couldn't help but want to worship and kneel in that direction. Elder Xian, quickly take her down. She's really crazy today. Seeing Elder Xian, Wang Shao couldn't help but sigh in relief. Then he sneered and stared at Ji Qingxian with a vicious expression, as if he was telling her that she was dead meat. In his opinion, Ji Qingxian was crazy today. Otherwise, why would she do something so crazy and kill him? However, now that Elder Xian had appeared, Ji Qingxian naturally had nothing to do. Miss Ji, do you know what you're doing now? However, Elder Xian didn't make a move immediately. Instead, he looked at Ji Qingxian coldly. With a wave of his robe, a blurry yellow radiance burst out. Then a yellow gourd surrounded by chaotic fog floated in his sleeve. It had the power to split the world. If Ji Qingxian didn't answer properly, he would definitely make a move. He would use the gourd to suppress her and keep her inside. Who are you? Bullying the weak? Ji Qingxuan's expression was still cold. She was not afraid at all. Instead, she said coldly, I don't know where you got the guts to attack me. If the young master knows about this, you won't be able to escape death even if you're a great saint. Young master? Ji Qingxian, what do you mean? Elder Xian frowned. His first reaction was that there was something wrong with Ji Qingxuan's head today. She actually said such a ridiculous thing. As for the cultivators and sky prides who had rushed over, they could not help but feel shocked when they heard this. Even a great saint couldn't escape death? This white-clothed girl really has a big mouth? Who exactly is she? Many people's expressions changed slightly. Someone recognized Ji Qingxian and said with a trembling voice, This girl seems to be the one beside young Master Chang'e? The one who spoke was a tall man covered in scales. He was a sky pride from the Immortal Academy. He had yet to rush to the extreme Yin battlefield to fight with the extreme Yin beings. He had seen Gu Chang'e from afar. At that time, this white-clothed girl seemed to be standing beside Gu Chang'e. This white-clothed girl was so beautiful that he had some impression of her after taking a few more glances. However, his words were quickly drowned out by the shocked discussions of the other cultivators nearby. Not many people heard it clearly. Oh no, something big is going to happen. This Sky Pride's face was a little pale. When he thought of the possible consequences of this matter, he hurriedly moved and left this place. However, on the way, he suddenly thought of something and hurried towards the direction of the palace. He felt that it was better to report this matter. Otherwise, if young Master Chang'e blamed him, how could he explain himself? Elder Xian, don't talk nonsense with her. Ji Qingxian is determined to kill me today. Wang Shao spoke again. His voice was unusually gloomy. When he fought with Ji Qingxian, he was heavily injured. You've got the wrong person. I'm not the Ji Qingxian you're talking about. Ji Qingxian still frowned when she heard this. Her voice was so cold that it seemed to drill into his bones. You're still pretending at this time. I think you won't cry until you see the coffin. Elder Xian, do it. Wang Shao laughed coldly and ordered, Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, Elder Xian nodded. He didn't say anything else and chose to do it. He waved his sleeve, and the glistening yellow gourd was instantly thrown out. It expanded in the wind and was surrounded by chaotic fog. A terrifying great sage's aura enveloped Ji Qingxian. She was like a small boat in the ocean that could capsize at any time. Her face couldn't help but turn pale. However, Ji Qingxuan's eyes were still calm and cold. Whoosh! In the next moment, sword qi gushed out from the mouth of the gourd. It turned into the size of a mountain and was extremely terrifying. It was wrapped in boundless killing intent and caused the sky to crack open. Not good. Retreat quickly. When a great sage attacks, the world will be turned upside down. This isn't something that others can resist. The expressions of all the cultivators and sky prides changed drastically. They turned into divine rainbows and hurriedly retreated. They didn't want to be affected by even a trace of the aftershock. They could easily be destroyed and disappear into thin air. Whoosh! Ji Qingshuan's expression also changed at this moment. She didn't expect Elder Xian to be so ruthless and use such a terrifying killing move. Fortunately, she had many life-saving items on her. At the crucial moment, she crushed a piece of jade. A ball of misty white light appeared and blocked the sword chi for her. However, Ji Qingshan didn't have it easy either. She was sent flying and crashed into a large number of buildings and pavilions. Her internal organs were almost shattered. She coughed out pieces of her internal organs, and her face became even paler. Something's wrong. Why isn't she afraid at all? She doesn't even have any regret or worry. Does she want to die? At this moment, Elder Xian also felt that something was wrong. Ji Qingshan didn't care about his attack. To him, it seemed like she had fallen into a trap. Did something happen? Did Ji Qingshan want to die? He couldn't help but stop when he thought of this. Does Ji Qingshan want to die? Wang Xiao furrowed his brows. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Buzz! At this moment, a golden divine rainbow descended from the sky. It seemed to have turned into a path that led to the heavens. It was Chu Hao who had rushed over. Junior brother Wang, what happened? He was puzzled as he asked Wang Xiao, who was frowning. He had rushed over when he heard Wang Xiao's cry for help. However, he was still half a step too late. Now it seemed like Wang Xiao was fine. After all, there was a guardian who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage here. Who was the one who wanted to hurt him? Eldest senior brother, I don't know why junior sister Ji seemed to have gone crazy today. I just stopped her and asked her something, but she acted like she wanted to kill me. If Elder Xian didn't intervene in time, I would have been killed by junior sister Ji. Wang Xiao explained and put himself in the position of the victim. His words were full of confusion, and he acted like he didn't know anything. Has junior sister Ji gone crazy? Chu Hao was stunned. When he heard this, he subconsciously thought that it was impossible. He knew Ji Qingshuan's character very well. If Wang Xiao didn't do something overboard, why would she attack him? Crazy? This was just an excuse that Wang Xiao came up with. Ji Qingshuan's current situation in the family wasn't good. Chu Hao sighed when he thought of this. He felt that things had become troublesome. Should he blame Wang Xiao now? That was obviously unrealistic. Eldest senior brother, what happened? Why are all of you here? At this moment, a cold and confused voice was heard. A beautiful lady walked over from afar. She looked a little confused. Her face was as white as jade, and it shone with a charming luster. Her skin was as white as snow, and she looked like a perfect masterpiece. When they saw this lady, Chu Hao, Wang Xiao, and Elder Xian were all stunned. Their eyes opened wide, and they couldn't say anything for a while. Many of the cultivators nearby were also stunned. Some even rubbed their eyes to see if they were hallucinating. Wasn't this the lady who was hit by the sword chi and smashed into the ruins? Why did she appear again? She didn't seem to be hurt at all, and she even changed her clothes? No, this was a different person. It was just that she looked exactly the same. At this moment, many people reacted. Junior sister Ji, you're fine. That's great. I was worried that something might have happened to you. Chu Hao heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Ji Qingshan walking over. It was good that she was fine. He didn't notice Wang Xiao and Elder Xian's shocked expressions. He thought that it was just the momentum, and nothing happened to Ji Qingshan. Junior sister Ji, then who is that woman who looks exactly like you? Wang Xiao was also completely stunned at this moment. He couldn't help but mumble to himself. He couldn't even wrap his head around it. How could there be two identical Ji Qingshan? Who was the lady who tried to kill him just now? He had never heard that Ji Qingshan had a twin sister or elder sister. A lady who looked exactly like me? Ji Qingshan was also shocked when she heard this. She asked, How did you know that I was looking for someone like that? This Wang Zhao's expression froze when he heard this. He suddenly felt that things were not going well, and combined this with what the lady in white said just now. This ominous and uneasy feeling shrouded his heart once again. It wasn't Ji Qingxian who changed her clothes. It was another person who looked exactly like her, and he mistook her for Ji Qingxian. Very soon, Wang Xiao came to his senses and instantly understood the ins and outs of the matter. Young master, something doesn't seem right. We seem to have mistaken you for someone else. Elder Xian's voice became heavy. Currently, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was filled with geniuses from the Immortal Academy. She was so young and yet so powerful. Her background must not be too low. What's going on? Chu Hao frowned and couldn't help but ask. At this moment, he understood that Wang Xiao and Elder Xian had mistaken an unfamiliar lady for Ji Qingxian. Where is that lady? Ji Qingxian, who was also Su Qingge, asked with a shocked expression. She seemed very anxious. In fact, she had seen everything that Ji Qingxian did just now. This made her feel very complicated. She didn't expect Ji Qingxian to be so ruthless. She didn't hesitate to use the trick of injuring herself to gain the enemy's confidence. This also showed how much Ji Qingxian hated Wang Xiao. She would use such a method. Boom! However, just as everyone was discussing and feeling extremely shocked, suddenly in the distant sky, several divine rainbows flew over. They were majestic and shocking, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. The young man in the lead was wearing a white robe that fluttered in the wind. He seemed to be shrouded in divine light, causing the heavens and earth to revolve around him. It's young Lord Chang'e. A sharp-eyed cultivator couldn't help but exclaim. I didn't expect this to alarm young Lord Chang'e. I guess there's going to be a good show to watch. I just don't know why young Master Chang'e is here. Could it be that he's here to watch the show? Many cultivators were extremely shocked. They didn't expect such a battle to attract Gu Chang'e. During this period of time, the news of Gu Chang'e's arrival in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had spread. Almost everyone knew that he was temporarily staying in the depths of the palace. This is young Lord Chang'e. This is my first time seeing him. Su Qingge also looked over with a shocked expression. She didn't seem to notice Elder Xian and Wang Zhao's unpleasant expressions. Why is he alarmed as well? Chu Hao frowned. For some reason, he had a feeling that this Gu Chang'e wasn't as gentle as he appeared to be. Young lord, could it be? Elder Xian's voice became heavy. The bad feeling in his heart became more and more serious. Impossible. What kind of status does Gu Chang'e have? Maybe he's just passing by. If that white-robed lady is related to him, why isn't there anyone protecting her? Wang Xiao shook his head and denied it. He seemed to be explaining and comforting himself. Although he was a direct descendant of the reclusive Wang family, his status was thousands of miles away from Gu Chang'e's. Even some of Gu Chang'e's followers were far more honorable than him. However, in the next moment, Wang Zhao's heart skipped a beat. His face gradually turned pale. The divine rainbow in the sky was descending in their direction. When the nearby cultivators and sky pride saw it, they hurriedly made way. Gu Chang'e's expression was calm. The moment he landed, he stared at Su Qingge. Then he nodded and said, "It's good that you're fine." Su Qingge looked stunned. Then she asked in confusion, "Young Lord Chang'e, are you talking to me?" Although she said so, she still felt warm in her heart. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e must have heard that she was fighting with a great saint, so he rushed over. Then he must have mistaken the Ji Qingxian that she was disguised as. However, this also meant that Gu Chang'e couldn't tell the difference between her and Ji Qingxuan's identity. What do you mean? Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. In his eyes, although Su Qingge changed her dress and hair accessories, her fate points didn't change at all. Therefore, the lady in front of him was actually Su Qingge. What was she trying to do? However, Soon, Gu Changa recalled Su Chinga's fate line mission. It seemed to be related to her background. Since it was about her background, it must be related to her family. In other words, Su Chinga was trying to get away by swapping her for someone else? It seemed that she had met a younger sister who looked like her in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. Was that why she came up with such a plan to get away? Almost instantly, Gu Changa guessed Su Chinga's purpose. However, he didn't point it out. Since Su Chinga had her own plans, Gu Changa couldn't be bothered. After all, she was an inheritor of demonic arts. She couldn't be by his side all the time. That way, she wouldn't be able to make the most of her value. I didn't expect you to look like my maidservant. Seems like you got the wrong person. Then Gu Changa smiled. Without saying anything, he turned around and walked in another direction. However, after hearing this, Wang Shao and Elder Xian's faces suddenly turned pale. There was no trace of blood. Cold sweat drenched their bodies. They didn't hear it wrong. Gu Changa said it himself. Ji Qingxian looked like his maidservant. It's over. We're in big trouble this time. Even though Elder Xian was a great saint who looked down on countless cultivators, he felt a chill run down his back. His limbs went soft, and a chill rushed from his tailbone to the top of his head. Chapter 293. More and more cultivators and sky prides gathered at the scene and appeared in various places. When Gu Changa appeared, it was destined that this matter would not be simple. Hence, many sky prides who were not interested before rushed over, thinking that this was a good show that they could not miss. Who in this world would be so bold as to offend Gu Changa? This was not courting death. There was something wrong with their heads, and they were courting death. For a moment, many people had mocking and ridiculing expressions on their faces, and they looked at Wang Shao and Elder Xian as if they were watching a show. Their gazes were filled with undisguised mockery, as if they were looking at two monkeys. That lady just now seemed to be young Master Changa's maidservant. This means that the two of them not only mistook her for someone else, but also seriously injured her. There's going to be a good show today. However, I never thought that there would be two people who are so similar in this world. It's as if they were carved from the same mold. If they were twins, I don't think anyone would doubt it. Many of the geniuses began to speak with mixed emotions. In just a few words, they had already explained what had just happened. Even a passerby knew what had happened. In other words, Wang Shao, you actually mistook the other lady for junior sister Ji and spoke rudely to her. After that, you called Elder Xian over and seriously injured him? Hearing the discussions of the cultivators nearby, Chu Hao frowned. He finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. His expression turned solemn as he felt that things were not going well. If he wanted to solve this matter today, it would not be so simple. That was because that lady was not an ordinary person. She was Gu Changa's maidservant. Just this identity alone was enough to make many sky prides fear and respect her. In this vast upper realm, many sky prides wanted to recommend themselves to be Gu Changa's maidservant, but they were far from being qualified. To be able to become Gu Changa's maidservant meant that the lady had to be exceptional, or rather, she was loved by Gu Changa. Even the reclusive Wang family behind Wang Shao did not dare to say anything in front of Gu Changa, not to mention that Wang Shao was only a direct descendant of the Wang family. He was simply throwing himself at the tip of the blade. What about Elder Xian? Am I finished? Wang Shao did not answer Chu Hao's question. At this time, his face was incomparably pale, his voice trembling, his hands and feet cold. Even though Gu Changa had just walked right past him, he didn't even look at him. However, that terrifying power was much more terrifying than when he faced their grand ancestor. Young master, I'm afraid that today's matter won't end peacefully. Elder Xian's voice was filled with bitterness and regret. However, Wang Shao and Elder Xian weren't the only ones who felt that something was amiss at this moment. Even Su Chinga felt something was wrong because the way Gu Changa looked at her just now seemed to have some inexplicable meaning. She didn't know if Gu Changa saw through her and Ji Qingshuan's exchange of identities. If he saw through it but did not point it out, what did that mean? Gu Changa might be very disappointed in her. After all, she had lied to him time and time again. At this moment, Su Qingge was still a little uneasy and worried about her gains and losses. If Ji Qingxian took over her identity and became Gu Changa's maidservant, what should she do in the future? Should she confess everything? Or should she ask for Gu Changa's forgiveness? However, before this, Gu Changa had already said that he hoped this matter would not be repeated 3 times. In other words, Gu Changa did not want to see her hide things from him anymore. Ji Qingxian probably has her own plans. She probably hopes that she can replace you. Otherwise, she won't be able to get close to Gu Changa on her own. Moreover, she won't be able to become someone by his side. Your sister's thoughts are not simple. The other soul in Su Qingge's mind said with interest. However, this time, Su Qingge did not pay attention to her. She was not very sure whether this exchange of identities was right or wrong, and what kind of consequences it would cause. I hope young master won't find out. Su Qingge thought to herself. Things must not develop in the worst direction. At this moment, Gu Changa also walked to the ruins of the collapsed pavilion. His expression was very calm, without the slightest fluctuation, let alone joy or anger. The group of followers behind him also kept quiet out of fear, not daring to make a sound. For a moment, the entire area was quiet. Many of the heavenly talents and cultivators who were discussing felt that the atmosphere was not right. Their expressions changed, and they hurriedly shut up, afraid that Gu Changa would vent his anger on them. Although it was rumored that Gu Changa had a gentle temperament, that was only the case when he was not provoked. I want to know what happened. At this moment, Gu Changa's indifferent voice sounded, without any fluctuation. However, many people felt a chill in their hearts for some reason, and they could not help but shudder. Gu Changa did not ask much, but only said that he wanted to know what happened. However, the crowd knew that this matter had already angered Gu Changa. A terrible atmosphere suddenly shrouded the surrounding area, as if a storm was about to come. Wang Zhao's legs went soft, and he almost fell to the ground. If Chu Hao, who was beside him, had not frowned and pulled him, he would have fallen to the ground. Young Lord Changa, this is what happened. At this moment, a cultivator who had witnessed everything with his own eyes spoke to Gu Changa with a respectful expression, and explained the ins and outs of the matter to him, without daring to hide anything. This included how arrogant Wang Zhao was at that time, and how he still did not know to restrain himself after the woman in white said that the young master was behind her. In a few words, they had already described what happened. After the woman in white said that Wang Zhao had mistaken her for someone else, he still did not care, and let the Taoist protector behind him attack and severely injure the woman in white. After hearing these words, Gu Changa did not say much. His face was still very calm, as if he did not care. His footsteps did not stop, and he continued to walk into the ruins. Many people also saw that the woman in white was hit by the sword Qi and was severely injured. Then, she fell into the pavilion, turning it into a pile of ruins. However, after a period of time had passed, the white-clothed woman still hadn't come out. Many people guessed that she had suffered heavy injuries, or perhaps she had died. When they thought of this possibility, many people's faces turned a little pale. Could the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird withstand Gu Changa's anger? Young master, however, just as the crowd was speculating, they saw a woman covered in blood stagger out from the ruins. Her beautiful face could be vaguely seen. However, she was very weak, and even her white clothes were stained with blood. Even walking seemed to be very strenuous. "Are you okay?" Gu Changa looked at her and did not care that her clothes were still stained with blood. He gently picked her up. "Why were you so careless?" There was not a trace of abnormality in his expression. It was pure concern and worry. "I'm fine, young master." "I'm sorry to have made you worry. Ji Qingxian gently shook her head. Her voice remained calm and cold. But at that moment, there was a storm raging in her heart. She had made the right bet. The man who carried her in front of her was the most terrifying young person in the upper realm. There was no one else who could compare. If it was in the past, she would not even have the chance to get close to Gu Changa, let alone be able to lie in his arms so quietly like today. That was the first time Ji Qingxian was so close to a man in her life, but she did not feel uncomfortable at all. She even wanted to keep that moment forever. She was very nervous and uneasy, afraid that Gu Changa would notice that something was wrong. However, Ji Qingxian quickly calmed down. Gu Changa seemed to be very concerned about her and was checking her injuries. His attention was on her, and he did not think much of it. This caused Ji Qingxian to feel a strong sense of envy. That was the first time someone was so concerned about her since she was young, even though she knew that Gu Changa was treating her as his sister. Sister is so lucky, Ji Qingxian thought so in her heart, but she did not show any abnormality on her face. Young master, am I seriously injured? She asked Gu Changa softly. Yes, your internal organs are all crushed. Gu Changa nodded. His voice was as calm as usual. But you don't have to worry, it's not fatal. Okay. Ji Qingxian nodded and quietly leaned in his arms. Seeing this scene, Su Qingge did not know why, but she felt sour in her heart. She knew that this person was her sister, and they were willing to exchange all of this. However, she could not stop her emotions. Tell me, how do you want to die? At this moment, Gu Changa finally looked at Wang Xiao and Elder Xian, whose faces were completely drained of blood. He did not waste any time and directly asked them how they wanted to die. Such a domineering and indifferent attitude made Ji Qingxian unable to help but hold her breath. She felt a sense of power. This was what she had always yearned for. If she had power, her mother would not have been locked up, and she would not have been reduced to being a chess piece in a marriage alliance. Wang Xiao and Elder Xian would not have dared to treat her so casually, injure her severely, and decide her life and death so easily. All of this was brought about by the thing called power. Young Master Changa, please spare my life. I was wrong. I was blind back then to treat this lady as my junior sister. I did not do it on purpose. I hope young Master Changa can be magnanimous and forgive me this time. I did not do it on purpose. Young Master Changa, you saw it too. This lady looks exactly like my junior sister. How would I know this at that time? Hearing this, Wang Xiao was scared out of his wits. His face turned pale as he hurriedly said, almost kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to beg for mercy. I asked how you want to die, not the reason. Gu Changa's voice was still calm, but it was very cold. Don't you understand? Young Master Changa, Wang Xiao was really scared to death. Cold sweat drenched his body. His divine soul was trembling, and even his voice was trembling. He could tell that Gu Changa was determined to kill him, and there was no doubt about it. Before this, he had always been the one bullying others. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing one day. He had only hurt his servant, and now he wanted to kill him. This made Wang Xiao angry and afraid, but he was also very unwilling. What, do you need me to do it myself? Gu Changa still spoke indifferently. His expression was extremely cold. He did not care about Wang Xiao's identity at all, as if he was facing a small ant that could be stepped on at any time. Young Master Changa, please spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. I'm willing to apologize to this lady and compensate her. Wang Xiao's terrified voice was heard. He directly knelt down with a thud. He was very afraid of death, and he knew that the force behind him could not suppress Gu Changa. At the same time, he looked at Ji Qingxian and said in a trembling voice, I was blind just now and mistook you for her. I hope you can forgive me and spare my life. At this time, humiliation and dignity were not more important than life. When everyone saw this scene, the fear in their hearts was no less than Wang Zhao's. However, no one dared to make a sound, or to say, to stop all of this. At the end of the day, Wang Shao had brought this upon himself. Ji Qingshuan's bright eyes stared at Wang Shao. She appeared to be very cold, but in her heart, she was extremely happy. After all, she saw the person she hated the most begging for mercy in front of her. This was something that she would not have dared to think about in the past. "Chinga, what do you plan to do with him?" At this moment, Gu Changa looked at her and asked. Ji Qingxian was slightly stunned when she heard that. She said softly, "I'll listen to you." Gu Changa nodded. "All right, then I'll kill him and make him apologize to you." Ji Qingshuan's heart trembled. Although it seemed that Gu Changa was concerned about her, she thought deeper. If Gu Changa found out that she had swapped identities with her sister, the consequences would be unimaginable. This man was too terrifying. Wang Zhao's expression changed when he heard that. His divine soul trembled and his entire body was cold. He shouted as if he was grasping at straws. "Elder Xian, it was Elder Xian who hurt her. I wasn't her match then." At this moment, he did not care about anything else as he wanted to survive. Elder Xian's expression also changed. He did not expect Wang Shao to say that. He was very disappointed, but more than that, he felt helpless. "Eldest Senior, save me." However, Wang Shao did not care about him. Soon, he looked at Chu Hao with a pleading gaze. He knew that Chu Hao was very powerful. He was even given an extremely terrifying Dharma weapon by the highest abode. With his strength, he could save Wang Shao. Moreover, Eldest Senior was highly valued by the highest abode. Even if he offended Gu Changa, the highest abode would stand on his side. "Wang Shao, you!" Chu Hao's frown deepened. He was very conflicted. He was dragged into this matter out of nowhere. If something happened to Wang Shao, he would be responsible for it. After all, he was the eldest senior. Wang Shao had asked him for help in public. If he did not do anything about it, the ancient kingdom of Phoenix could not bear the wrath of the reclusive Wang family. However, he did not want to offend Gu Changa either. "Young Master Changa, this is my fault. I was the one who hurt this lady. This old man is willing to apologize to this lady. This is my sincerity." While Chu Hao was thinking, Elder Xian took a step forward and spoke first. No matter what, there had to be an explanation for today's incident. As Wang Zhao's guardian, he could not absolve himself from the blame if something happened to him. As soon as he finished speaking, a surging Supreme Saint aura appeared on Elder Xian's arms. Then, 2 clouds of blood mist exploded. His arms collapsed and exploded. He chose to break his arms to show his sincerity. Everyone's expression changed. A being at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage was only half a step away from the quasi-supreme stage. However, in front of Gu Changa, he was forced to break his arms to show his sincerity. One should know that no matter which force one was in, a being at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage was an indispensable cornerstone. Young Master, Ji Qingxian was also slightly shocked. She wanted Wang Shao to pay the price, but she did not expect his guardian to do the same. After all, a cultivator at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage was no less important than Wang Shao in the reclusive Wang family. The reason why Wang Shao had such a protector was all because he had an uncle with great power and influence. This is far from enough. However, what shocked Ji Qingxian even more was the behavior of a cultivator at the peak of the Supreme Saint stage. Gu Changa's expression was still calm. Instead, he felt that this was not enough. She underestimated Gu Changa's strength. However, it was this strength that made her feel dizzy. She could not help but feel intoxicated. "Young Master Changa," Elder Xian's expression changed when he heard that. He gritted his teeth again. At this moment, he chose to destroy his own origin. Along with the surging aura, a terrifying fluctuation came from his dantian. Then, Elder Xian's body seemed to be struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The terrifying aura of a peak Supreme Saint stage suddenly dissipated by a lot. This scene made everyone's heart tremble. They were extremely shocked. They deeply experienced Gu Changa's terrifying power. In the younger generation, apart from him, there was probably no one else who could force a great sage peak stage cultivator to the point of damaging his own source, right? Seeing Elder Xian's action, Gu Changa finally nodded and did not say anything. Elder Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He did not dare to resent Gu Changa at all. At this time, if Gu Changa killed him here, no one would seek justice for him. He did not believe that a young existence like Gu Changa would not have the means to suppress him. A mere peak supreme saint stage cultivation was probably not enough to catch his attention. Elder Xian still remembered the rumor that Gu Changa used a supreme weapon in the ultimate Yin battlefield to fight against the inheritor of the demonic arts and forced him to retreat in the end. Now that such a long time had passed, Gu Changa's strength would only be more unfathomable. Save me, eldest senior brother. I really don't want to die. Seeing that his protector did not care about him and had already gone to apologize, Wang Zhao's face turned pale. Wang Zhao's face turned even paler and more terrified. He looked at Chu Hao, treating him as his last hope. Chu Hao felt extremely helpless and conflicted. At this point, could he still retreat in one piece? In the end, he would only offend both parties. This made him sigh in his heart. Young Lord Changa, could you please forgive Wang Zhao this time for my sake? I'm the eldest senior brother of the highest abode. At the same time, I'm also the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. At that moment, Chu Hao finally stepped forward and stood in front of Wang Zhao as he said so. His stepping forward immediately caused quite a commotion nearby. Many cultivators of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird recognized him. The third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. He had left many legends in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Many of the younger generation imitated him and worshipped him. Many people did not know that Chu Hao had already returned. They were all shocked at once. Brother Chu Hao, you're finally back, in a pavilion at the side. A graceful and gentle woman was watching all of this closely. She was very surprised, and her beautiful eyes revealed a strong sense of surprise and longing. Oh, the son of destiny finally could not hold it in anymore. Gu Changa's heart skipped a beat. He had been waiting for this moment. However, his expression was still cold. He asked calmly, "Are you saying that you want to protect him and go against me?" Young Lord Changa, you've misunderstood. I don't want to go against you. However, as Wang Zhao's eldest senior brother, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Chu Hao said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. He seemed a little helpless, and mentioned that he had the support of the most supreme Grotto Heaven. Although Gu Changa's background was incomparable, the most supreme Grotto Heaven behind him was not to be trifled with either. In the future, Chu Hao would most likely take over the position of Cave Master of the most supreme Grotto Heaven. After weighing the pros and cons, Chu Hao felt that it was worth it to save Wang Zhao, even if Gu Changa would turn against him. This was because the longevity Gu clan behind Gu Changa would not vent their anger on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird over such a small matter. However, the reclusive Wang clan was different. After all, the King of Hell was easier to deal with than the little demons. Chapter 294. There's no use in saying all this nonsense. I don't care what orthodoxy you have behind you. Let me ask you, are you determined to protect this guy today? However, Gu Changa did not let Chu Hao finish his sentence. He interrupted him coldly, and his eyes were filled with disdain and indifference. In the eyes of the crowd, the Taishan Grotto Heaven was not worthy of Gu Changa's name. Young Lord Changa, one should be lenient whenever possible. There's nothing in this world that can't be covered up. Junior brother Wang Zhao didn't do it on purpose. Junior brother Wang Zhao is willing to compensate this young lady for any losses. Chu Hao could not help but frown. He had already lowered his attitude, yet he still spoke in such a manner. However, Gu Changa did not give him any face at all. He did not even care about the Taishan grotto heaven. Chu Hao had always had his own pride in his heart. As for Gu Changa, he was only concerned about the power behind him. After all, he had achieved the quasi-supreme realm at the age of a few hundred. He had always kept a low profile and did not spread any news. Otherwise, it would have definitely shocked the world and attracted the attention of all orthodoxies. Gu Changa, the so-called number one of the younger generation, was only SOSO in his eyes. Those sky prides of the same generation were only lingering in the saint realm when they were his age. However, he was already close to becoming a supremacy. With this pride, Chu Hao had some conflict with Gu Changa in the beginning. However, due to his attitude towards his father, the emperor, he eased up. However, today, Gu Changa did not give him any face at all. He was really angry. Compensation? Do you think I need that? Gu Changa said calmly. Perhaps in your opinion, your junior brother is qualified to compensate. Sorry, in my eyes, he can't even compare to a strand of my Chinga's hair. Not to mention, he caused Chinga to suffer such serious injuries today. If I don't tear him into pieces today, I think I'll be letting him off easy. Gu Changa said this casually, but it stirred up a storm in the hearts of the crowd. This was especially true for Su Chinga and Ji Qingxian. Although the two of them had changed their identities, these words seemed to be directed at them. This caused their hearts to sway, and they could not calm down for a long time. The hearts of the many female geniuses trembled, and they were incomparably envious. How many women in this world could make young Lord Changa say such words? She would probably live in happiness for the rest of her life. Eldest senior brother, save me. When Wang Shao heard that Gu Changa was going to tear him into pieces, his face turned even paler as he trembled in fear. Don't worry. Chu Hao nodded. He did not agree with Gu Changa's words at all. Boom! At this time, Gu Changa did not intend to waste any more words and directly attacked. Heaven overflowing magical force followed his palm, turning into a terrifying golden millstone that covered the heavens. It crushed downwards with rumbling sounds. Symbols descended and laws interweaved. It was powerful to the extreme. Even though Elder Xian was a great saint, his expression changed drastically as he felt a sense of terror. His body actually felt a piercing pain, as if it was about to crack open. If even he was like this, the other geniuses and cultivators were even more so. In fear, they all retreated in all directions, fearing that they would be touched by the aftershocks. This kind of power was already not something that an ordinary great saint could contend against. And this was just Gu Changa's casual palm. The geniuses of the true Immortal Academy felt it the most. Their eyes widened in disbelief. It's too scary. So this is just the tip of the iceberg of young Lord Changa's strength? Before this, I always thought that he was at most a saint, but the divine power that he displayed today is probably close to the great saint realm. It's unbelievable. Who would have thought that young Lord Changa actually hid his strength so deeply? Maybe this is just the strength that he showed. Thinking of this, the respect and reverence of many geniuses for him deepened. However, they did not stop at all. They rode on divine rainbows and quickly left this place. They felt that the battle would envelop the entire vermilion bird imperial capital and destroy everything. Gu Changa. Chu Hao's expression was also very ugly. He did not expect Gu Changa to directly attack without saying anything. He had no choice but to grab Wang Shao and retreat to the back. If he attacked Gu Changa, wouldn't it mean that he would offend the huge and terrifying background behind him? This feeling of being restrained made Chu Hao feel extremely aggrieved. Rumble. However, as he retreated, Gu Changa's palm fell directly, causing many buildings and pavilions below to explode. Terrifying cracks spread across the imperial capital. Large areas of palaces and mansions were turned into dust. Many cultivators who could not retreat in time were also destroyed in body and soul amidst screams. Such a scene made Chu Hao's heart turn cold and anger rose in him. After all, this was the place where he was born, and he had deep feelings for it. Gu Changa could ignore it, but he could not. Especially those cultivators, there were many familiar faces. Gu Changa let go of Ji Qingxian and walked over in the void. He said calmly, "At this time, are you still going to protect him?" Gu Changa, as the successor of the Longevity Gu clan and the disciple of the true Immortal Academy, is this how you bully others and disregard their lives? Chu Hao was burning with anger and could not help but shout. What did I do wrong? Gu Changa's tone was still as casual as ever. You, on the other hand, are going against me in order to save this so-called junior brother of yours? As a prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, how could you not care about your own people? Perhaps you think that they are not as good as your so-called junior brother? It seems that this junior brother of yours is quite useful to you, as the saying goes, killing without spilling blood. Every word was a blow to the heart. Gu Changa's words ignited the anger and resentment of many cultivators in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As for blaming Gu Changa, would they dare to do so? On the other hand, Chu Hao, as a prince, did not protect his own people. Instead, he went to save his junior brother and offended Gu Changa. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Gu Changa had to be given an explanation for this matter. However, Chu Hao insisted on saving Wang Shao. Wasn't this clearly making an enemy out of Gu Changa? Gu Changa, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Do you think you can be considered a gentleman with such behavior? Chu Hao's voice was cold. Naturally, he understood the meaning behind Gu Changa's words. However, at this moment he was in a dilemma and could not explain himself to the cultivators of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. I have never said that I was a good person. Gu Changa smiled and appeared to be very calm. It seems that the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird is determined to go against me today? Ding! The son of fate, Chu Hao, has damaged the hearts of the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. His fate points continue to decrease. Hearing the notification from the system, he did not pay much attention to it. After all, everything was within his expectations. Chu Hao thought that Gu Changa's target was Wang Shao. However, he did not know that Gu Changa was merely playing along. From the beginning to the end, Gu Changa's target had always been Chu Hao, the son of fortune. Gu Changa, this is all my own doing. It has nothing to do with the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Do not drag them into this. Chu Hao heard this and said in a low voice, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and his father were his weak spots. He was a person who valued relationships. Otherwise, he would not have rushed back from the mountain when the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was being attacked by the Day of Yin's demise. However, Gu Changa was using this to threaten him. Didn't you just call yourself the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Now it has nothing to do with you? Gu Changa faintly smiled. Then his expression turned cold. Someone, go capture the Emperor of Vermilion Bird and bring him to me. Yes, master. Hearing this, the followers behind him all received the order and were about to turn into heavenly rainbows and dash towards the palace. Gu Changa, stop right there. Hearing this, Chu Hao's expression changed, and he couldn't help but shout. He never thought that Gu Changa would reveal such terrifying claws and fangs after his gentle expression was gone. It made his heart tremble with fear. Boom! At this moment, he no longer hid his true strength. Terrifying quasi-supreme chi exploded from his body and instantly swept across the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial City. At this moment, no matter which cultivator it was, they all felt this feeling. Their hearts and souls trembled, and they could not help but want to kneel down in that place. When a supreme being is angry, they can easily turn the sky and the earth upside down. They can cover the moon with one hand and shatter the stars with a flick of their fingers. The power of a quasi-supreme being could no longer be described with words. If Chu Hao wanted to, he could destroy the Vermilion Bird Imperial City in front of him with one finger. Quasi-supreme being. Heavens, the third prince is a quasi-supreme being. This is unbelievable. When he left the imperial city, he was only in the immortal realm. In just a few hundred years, he became a quasi-supreme being. Hiss! This is unbelievable. The third prince is really a monster. Such strength can no longer be described as a genius. A quasi-supreme being who is a few hundred years old is too dreamy. Before this, I have never heard of anyone who became a quasi-supreme being at such a young age. At this moment, no matter who it was, they were incomparably shocked. Their eyes widened, and they could not believe it. Su Qingge, Ji Qingxian, and the charming woman in the pavilion were also incomparably shocked. Brother Chu, how is still so outstanding and brilliant? No one can compare to him. The charming woman's eyes were full of admiration. Eldest senior brother is a quasi-supreme being. This is great, I'm saved. Wang Shao could not help but be surprised and felt hope. Before this, he had never thought that his eldest senior brother would be a quasi-supreme being. If anything happened, the highest grotto heaven would definitely protect his eldest senior brother. Then he would naturally not be in danger. However, at the moment when Chu Hao displayed his quasi-supreme being cultivation, a majestic aura rose behind Gu Changge. It was like a blazing sun that illuminated the sky. It was bright and dazzling, but as heavy as mountains and rivers. Divine mountains and rivers, rivers and seas, the sun, the moon and stars, the rotation of heaven and earth. Many mystical scenes appeared. They were vivid and lifelike, as if they were reflected in an ancient time. There was a natural Taoist rhyme and a terrifying supreme being pressure. It was a huge seal that had turned into mountains and seas. It was majestic and heavy, surging and vast. The moment it appeared, the sky was covered. It was as if it could not withstand such power and was about to explode. A supreme being weapon. Everyone's expression changed abruptly once again. They were extremely shocked. Chu Hao displayed his quasi-supreme being cultivation, which was already shocking enough. However, at the next moment, Gu Changge directly used a supreme being weapon, which immediately made everyone's scalp numb and their souls about to be frozen. How rich and imposing was this? A young existence controlling a supreme being weapon. It was simply unimaginable. However, it had happened, and Gu Changge was able to activate it. It was not just a decoration. Are you sure you want to fight me? Gu Changge's expression was still calm and indifferent. Chu Hao's expression changed tremendously. The anger in his heart was suppressed by him in the end. He did not expect Gu Changge to be prepared and use a supreme being weapon right away. If he really fought against Gu Changge, the entire Vermilion Bird Imperial capital would be destroyed and turned into dust and ruins. Not to mention a tiny imperial capital. Even all the territories of the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom would not be able to withstand a battle between supreme beings. The shockwaves would easily exceed 10 million li. He thought after displaying his quasi-supreme being cultivation, he could intimidate Gu Changge and make him stop. However, he did not expect Gu Changge to have so many tricks up his sleeve. Eldest senior brother, save me. If anything happens to me, the clan will definitely not let the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom go. You know my uncle, seeing Chu Hao's silent and depressed expression, Wang Xiaowang also realized. His heart skipped a beat and he felt extremely uneasy. The fear just now swept through his body again. He couldn't help but shout. He was very scared of death and didn't want to die here. What happened? It was at this moment. High in the sky, the pale-faced Vermilion Bird King was brought over by Gu Changge's followers. He was shocked, puzzled. When the Vermilion Bird King saw this, he panicked and felt very uneasy and frightened. He still did not know what was going on. However, even a supreme being weapon was used. Was he trying to destroy the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom? Father! Chu Hao gritted his teeth and forced himself to calm down. But when he saw Gu Changge's high and mighty attitude, as if she was looking down on him, He felt extremely aggrieved and unwilling. When had he, who was proud and unyielding, ever been so sullen and humiliated? However, the Vermilion Bird King was in Gu Changa's hands. What else could he do other than compromise? Young Master Changa, this is... The Vermilion Bird King looked at Gu Changa in fear and asked carefully. I just invited the Vermilion Bird King to come and watch the show. It's not a big deal, so don't worry too much. Gu Changa smiled slightly, then glanced at the followers and said coldly, I asked you to invite the Vermilion Bird King here. Who asked you to be disrespectful to him? We know our mistake. Please forgive us, Master. When the followers heard this, they all knelt down and quickly cooperated. Gu Changa nodded and his expression softened. I'm sure the Vermilion Bird King won't care about such a small matter. Get up. Yes, thank you, Master. Looking at this scene, many of the nearby cultivators could not help but feel a chill down their spines. In front of Gu Changa, even the Vermilion Bird King looked like he could be crushed to death at any time. Ordinary cultivators like them were inferior to even ants. At this time, the Vermilion Bird King roughly guessed what had happened and sighed in his heart. Father, it's fine now. Chu Hao shook his head and unclenched his fists. He had chosen to surrender. Then, the terrifying quasi-supreme aura dissipated. This action had shown Chu Hao's choice. Eldest senior brother, you can't give up on me. Seeing the scene, Wang Shao could not help but feel despair. The third prince is a man who understands the situation. Gu Changa smiled slightly and did not say anything. Then, the great seal of the mountains and seas floating behind him trembled slightly, and a strand of paragon law descended. With a poof, the terrified Wang Shao was unable to resist, and he exploded, his body and soul destroyed on the spot. It was as the saying went, torn into pieces. Wang Shao is dead. Standing behind Gu Changa, Ji Qingxian, who was covered in blood, looked at this scene with mixed feelings. There was joy, relief, pleasure. In short, it was hard to describe. In the past, she had to be wary of people and did not dare to provoke easily. In front of Gu Changa, he was like an ant that was easily crushed to death. She couldn't get used to this huge difference in power for a while. After all, before this, she had reminded her sister Su Qingga to be wary of Wang Shao. But she did not expect Wang Shao to be destroyed in body and soul. Ji Qingxuan's initial plan was to use Gu Changa's power to teach Wang Shao a lesson. She did not expect that he would die here. So this is my sister's life. Suddenly, she had a thought that she should not have. How good would it be if this continued and her identity was not changed? Young master! In the distance, Su Qingga was also watching all this with mixed feelings in her heart. You vented your anger. You should feel better now, right? After that, Gu Changa did not pay attention to Chu Hao, the Vermilion Bird King, and the others. He walked toward Ji Qingxian and asked casually. At this time, many notifications from the system rang in his heart. As for the fate points he obtained from attacking the Child of Destiny, it was not a small harvest. As for Chu Hao's matter, he was not in a hurry. Only by slowly harvesting leaks and plotting could he obtain the most benefits. Yes, thank you, young master. You're so nice. Ji Qingxian smiled happily and sweetly. These words came from the bottom of her heart. She thought that Gu Changa would carry her like before, and she was a little expectant. But she did not expect Gu Changa to walk past her after saying this. He did not say anything else. Ji Qingxian thought that Gu Changa had noticed something unusual and panicked. But when she remembered what her sister had told her, she knew that Gu Changa's character was like this. He would not do anything meaningless. Did that mean that his previous actions were not entirely because of her? This made Ji Qingxian more or less relieved. She realized that Gu Changa was really hard to fathom. She was not sure if he had noticed anything. Then, Ji Qingxian did not care about her injuries and quickly chased after Gu Changa. From the beginning to the end, She did not look at her sister, Su Chinga, who was on the other side. She was afraid that Gu Changa would notice something unusual. I'm afraid that Qing Xian will fall into his trap. I don't know what to do when the time comes, Su Chinga sighed in her heart, but she still remembered her current identity. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? We offended Gu Changa, and now even junior brother Wang Shao. Then she could not help but ask, looking a little worried. Chu Hao squeezed out a smile and waved his hand. It's fine. I'll report this to the sect first. Then he looked at the worried Elder Xian and said, As for junior brother Wang Shao, I hope that Elder Xian will inform the Wang clan. I've tried my best, but Gu Changa is so overbearing. I can't do anything. I've seen everything, and I know that I can't blame Elder Xian. When the Wang clan blames me, I'll tell them the whole story. Elder Xian, don't worry. Hearing this, Elder Xian nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. Then he said, Young Master Chu, don't worry. Leave this to me. The Wang clan knows how to deal with this, and they won't make things difficult for you. Both of them heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, but they had their own worries. They did not know how the Wang clan would react to Wang Zhao's death in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After all, the person who killed him was Gu Changa. By the way, junior sister Qingxian, what's your relationship with that lady? Do you know? At this moment, Chu Hao suddenly realized why Ji Qingxian was so similar to the lady in white. It was as if they were made from the same mold. Hearing this, Su Chinga also looked a little puzzled and asked in confusion, I don't know what's going on either. I felt that something was strange before, so I left the palace and came to the outside world to take a look. Chu Hao pondered for a moment. Could it be that you have an elder sister or younger sister, but your mother never told you? He vaguely heard about Ji Qingshuan's background. He knew that her mother went to the lower realm to escape from her marriage, but was caught and brought back. That was why he asked. I'll go back and ask mother when I have time. Su Chinga nodded. Only then did Chu Hao stop. Chapter 295. Following Gu Changa's departure, the place returned to its previous clamor. Many cultivators and sky prides began to discuss intensely. They were extremely shocked and could not recover from their shock for a long time. What they saw today shocked many people. Whether it was the supreme weapon Gu Changa summoned or the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix who had reached the quasi-supreme stage, Chu Hao, both were enough to cause a huge commotion. It was rare to see a great saint stage cultivator, not to mention that there was a peak great saint stage cultivator who was forced by Gu Changa to the point of severing his own arms and damaging his own origin source. What had happened here was quickly spread by the various cultivators, causing a huge commotion. The hidden Wang family was not big, but not many people dared to underestimate them. As a direct descendant of the hidden Wang family, Wang Shao offended Gu Changa. In fact, many people had expected such an outcome. After all, it was Wang Shao who injured Gu Changa's maidservant in the beginning. If he did not give an explanation, it would be equivalent to slapping Gu Changa in the face. If this matter was not resolved properly, it might even cause a conflict between the two orthodoxies. Although the hidden Wang family had a long and powerful history, it was far from enough when compared to the longevity Gu family. Gu Changa's methods were seen by many as making a mountain out of a molehill and being a little overbearing. However, many people felt that it was reasonable. After all, no matter who offended Gu Changa before this, they did not have a good ending. Gu Changa's overbearing attitude was not strange from the beginning. Along the way, he had bullied and humiliated many sky prides. Even disciples of the echelon like the Golden Cicada Buddhist Child and the Heavenly Lord of Purple Sun were humiliated by him. An insignificant Wang Shao being casually killed was no more than a pebble thrown into the sea. It could not even cause a ripple. However, the other thing that attracted the most attention was the terrifying strength displayed by the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, Chu Hao, quasi-supreme stage. Before this, almost no one had heard of the existence of such a sky pride. If anyone knew anything about the third prince, it would be only a few cultivators from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird who knew a few things about him. He was too low-key. Before this, there were not many rumors about him. Logically speaking, there was no way such a dazzling heaven's favorite would remain unknown. After that, many things about Chu Hao were dug up by many cultivators. From the moment he was born to the moment he displayed his terrifying talent, he had done all sorts of shocking feats. For example, on the day of birth, there would be a shocking phenomenon, and the red-crowned cranes would present a gift. When he was 1 year old, he danced with the flood dragon in the cold pond behind the imperial palace and obtained the inner core of a 1,000,000-year-old frost flood dragon. When he was 3 years old, he mistakenly entered the immortal ancient immortal cave, obtaining the cloud-breaking immortal boat and the green and red Dao sword. When he was 7 years old, he learned the mysterious scripture in his dream. If they didn't investigate, they wouldn't have known. Once they did, many cultivators were shocked. They were envious and jealous. Compared to them, Chu Hao seemed to be favored by the great Dao. He was extremely blessed, just like the son of the heavens. This kind of luck made people speechless. It was no wonder that the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could nurture such a sky pride. For a moment, Chu Hao was like an extremely dazzling dark horse that entered everyone's sight. A quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was only a few hundred years old. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, Chu Hao's cultivation was already close to the peak of the 9th heaven of the quasi-supreme stage. He was only one step away from the supreme stage. Once this news spread, it caused a sensation everywhere. Many imperishable sects, supreme Taoist orthodoxies, and other ancient forces were paying attention. They knew about the existence of such a person with great providence. Behind Chu Hao, the mysterious and low-key grand heavenly grotto heaven appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They knew that this force was just keeping a low profile. However, its actual foundation was not much weaker than some of the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies. Many orthodoxies were tempted to recruit it, a quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was a few hundred years old. Even the current true Immortal Academy's array disciples might not be able to achieve such a level of talent. After all, the higher the cultivation level, the more difficult it was. Every heaven of the quasi-supreme stage was extremely difficult. One could easily go into seclusion for millions of years. Therefore, how shocking was it to have a quasi-supreme stage cultivator who was close to a few hundred years old? However, although Chu Hao was dazzling, there was another matter that made the forces and orthodoxies who wanted to recruit Chu Hao hesitate. According to the words that were spread at that time, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird had offended Gu Chang'e. Moreover, Chu Hao had personally caused all of this. This made many orthodoxies start to consider if recruiting Chu Hao would offend Gu Chang'e. They wondered if it was worth it. Speaking of which, after dealing a blow to Chu Hao, his providence points should have decreased quite a bit. Why did they increase instead? After returning to the palace, Gu Chang'e noticed the change in Chu Hao's providence points. He was a little surprised for a moment. He had oppressed Chu Hao in public and caused the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to change. Chu Hao's providence points had decreased quite a bit as well. However, not long after, he noticed that Chu Hao's providence points were beginning to increase steadily. This son of providence, who is not a good-for-nothing, seems to be giving me many surprises. Not only was Gu Chang'e not annoyed, but he was also pleasantly surprised. In his opinion, this was a leek that was growing healthily, and it was growing very well. Logically speaking, there should be another force involved at this time. However, other than the force behind Chu Hao, who else could it be? It should be Chu Hao's female lead? Soon, Gu Chang'e's eyes flashed slightly as he guessed this possibility. Although it was rare to see a reincarnated providence point template like Chu Hao, it was not like he had never seen it before. In summary, it could be said that his luck was out of this world. Although Chu Hao's background was not bad, He was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. However, in a place like the Upper Realm, it was like walking out of a remote village. There was not much difference. That was why so many sky prides looked down on the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, thinking that it was too remote. If that's the case, Chu Hao's female lead should have an extraordinary background. That's why she brought him such a huge amount of providence. At this thought, Gu Changa's smile was a little playful. After that, he ordered his followers to keep a close eye on the situation in the imperial capital of Vermilion Bird. At the same time, he ordered them to investigate the woman who was once close to Chu Hao. Although it seemed like the Emperor of Vermilion Bird was still in charge of the country, in reality, he had long been taken over by Gu Changa. Including the palace, everything was under Gu Changa's surveillance. Of course, in order to prevent Chu Hao from discovering him, Gu Changa did not send anyone to spy on him. Spying on a quasi-supreme being was not realistic. Young master! At this time, Ji Qingxian, who had almost recovered from her injuries, walked in. The injuries he suffered at that time naturally healed very quickly after consuming some pills and sane elixirs. At this moment, she felt a little nervous and uneasy. Although she tried her best to maintain her composure, this was not the situation outside. She still felt uncertain. Facing Gu Changa alone, especially when he had a guilty conscience, she could feel his terrifying aura even more clearly. Even when she met the elder ancestor in the Ji family, she did not feel such intense nervousness, uneasiness, and fear. "How are your injuries?" Gu Changa raised his head, glanced at her, and asked casually. "They're almost healed. Thank you for your concern, young master." Hearing this, Ji Qingxian hurriedly said, but she felt that her words seemed to be a little nervous. However, Gu Changa did not seem to notice her nervousness, or perhaps he did notice it, but did not care. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, and asked casually, "That girl who looks like you, don't you have any thoughts about her?" Ji Qingxian felt that she especially liked this feeling of peace of mind when she snuggled in Gu Changa's embrace. There was nothing to be afraid of and nothing to worry about. Was there anything in this world that was more blissful than snuggling in the young master's embrace? At this moment, she had completely put herself in the role of her elder sister, Su Qingga. Hearing this, she purposely raised her pretty face and explained, "Young master, I think she might be my veiled sister. When mother was brought back to the upper realm, she might have been pregnant," Gu Changa responded with an "oh," but did not seem to care. "Then don't you plan to reunite with her?" "If there's a chance, I'll probably go and meet her. However, her senior brother offended you. If you don't mind." Ji Qingxian replied. She had already thought of these words before, so her answer was flawless. "Why would I mind?" Gu Changa smiled. "Young master, you're so nice." Ji Qingxian smiled sweetly. "Oh, what's so nice about me?" Gu Changa asked casually. "Young master," Ji Qingxian was about to answer, but Gu Changa stopped her and she let out a whimper. In the next moment, her beautiful eyes widened. She was caught off guard. Didn't her elder sister say that the young master did not want her body for so long? Why did he suddenly? However, at this moment, Ji Qingxian did not have time to think about it. Her mind was blank. Could it be that she came before her elder sister? While the outside world was in an uproar because of this incident, the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was not peaceful either. "How? You're being silly." Deep in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the king of Vermilion Bird, who had heard everything, was sighing helplessly. His face was full of worry. Previously, he did not know what was going on. He thought that Gu Changa and Chu Hao had a conflict. But now, he knew that Chu Hao wanted to save someone who had offended Gu Changa. Although that person was Chu Hao's junior brother and a direct descendant of the reclusive Wang family, he still felt that it was not worth it. He had offended Gu Changa. Even if Gu Changa did not say anything later, the grudge had already been settled. However, the enmity had already been formed, and it was almost impossible to resolve it. It was not worth it at all. It seems that Gu Changa called me over just to force you to submit. How? If you didn't do as he said, I might have been killed by Gu Changa by now. I thought that he was really gentle and refined. I didn't expect that it was just a facade. The king of Vermilion Bird sighed. There was a hint of fear in his voice. As the king of Vermilion Bird, he ruled over countless people. But in the hands of Gu Changa, he was still a small figure who could be crushed with a wave of his hand. This made him feel bitter and helpless, but he did not dare to harbor any resentment. Chu Hao's expression was not very good either. He clenched his fists. Although he was a proud person, he still remembered the humiliation. Father, when I saved Wang Shao, it was for the sake of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. You don't know how difficult it is to deal with the reclusive Wang family. If I didn't step in, the reclusive Wang family would only push the blame to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After all, the reclusive Wang family did not dare to provoke the longevity Gu family. Even if they knew that it was Gu Changa who killed Wang Shao, they would not dare to say a word. Even if I offended Gu Changa with the longevity Gu family's background, they would not make things difficult for the insignificant ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Chu Hao explained. Even so, do you know those forces who want to curry favor with Gu Changa and the longevity Gu family? Sai, your actions today were really foolish. The king of Vermilion Bird sighed, his face full of sorrow. He knew what Chu Hao was talking about, but Chu Hao's thinking was too simple. The longevity Gu family would not bother to deal with the insignificant ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. But what would those forces who want to curry favor with the longevity Gu family and Gu Changa do? Hearing this, Chu Hao quickly figured it out. His face could not help but turn slightly pale. He had underestimated the power of the longevity Gu clan. Even if they did nothing, even if they did not do anything, there would still be countless orthodoxies who would attack the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird in order to curry favor with the longevity Gu family. Father, I did not think so much at that time. Chu Hao said guiltily, I was the one who brought this disaster to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. Gu Changa's attitude was too arrogant and overbearing. I was so angry that I acted rashly. Forget it. What's done is done. Let's not talk about this. How? You are now a quasi-supreme. Even if the other orthodoxies want to attack the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, they will have to give you face. I believe that the Grand Supreme Grotto Heaven behind you will not stand by and do nothing. Then the king of Vermilion Bird smiled and said, seemingly relieved. He knew that Chu Hao had broken through to the quasi-supreme level. One should know that even the old ancestor of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was only a great saint. Chu Hao's achievement in just a few hundred years made him proud as his father, as expected of his son. Chu Hao smiled and nodded. Don't worry, father. With me around, no one can bully the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. At this time a guard suddenly came to report. My lord, Miss Wan requests an audience outside the palace. Miss Wan? The king of Vermilion Bird was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He looked at Chu Hao and said with a smile, You came back just in time. Miss Wan is also in the imperial capital during this time. You two can have a good chat. Chu Hao was slightly dazed. A young girl's face appeared in his mind. She was his childhood sweetheart. In the blink of an eye, how long had it been since he last saw her? He wondered how she was doing now. Soon he smiled from the bottom of his heart and said with surprise, She is in the Vermilion Bird imperial capital. Then he quickly walked out of the palace. Outside the palace, a graceful woman was standing there. She was wearing a plain gauze dress. She did not wear any makeup, but her skin was fair and delicate. She was very charming, gentle, and elegant. Her name was Tang Wan. Tang Wan had a polite smile on her face. She was waiting there quietly. She did not bring any other followers, but she showed the demeanor of a good family. Even a stranger here would have a good impression of her. Today's incident should be a big blow to Brother Hao, but I believe he will be fine. Tang Wan whispered to herself in her heart. She had seen everything that happened today with her own eyes. This included the incident where Chu Hao was forced by Gu Chang'e, who was a supreme venerable, to submit in the end. In her opinion, if Gu Chang'e had not used the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird to force him, Chu Hao would not have submitted so easily. It was not that Chu Hao was not strong enough, but he was bound by the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. If it was another place, it would not be so easy for Gu Chang'e to force Chu Hao. In just a few hundred years, Brother Chu Hao has become a quasi-supreme. I was the only one who saw his dazzling brilliance. Tang Wan thought. Then she saw a handsome and tall man walking out from the palace. It was Chu Hao. Wana. Chu Hao said in surprise. He could not hide the joy in his voice. Brother Hao, it's been a long time. Tang Wan smiled. Her eyes were full of longing. Then the two of them caught up and asked each other about what happened during this time. Chu Hao hid some of his secrets, but he told Tang Wan a lot of things frankly, including his adventures. Tang Wan was fascinated, full of admiration when she listened to him. Brother Hao, you are always so dazzling no matter where you are, Tang Wan said with a smile. What's the use of being dazzling? No matter how strong my cultivation is, I will be forced by others. It seems that after this matter is settled, I will have to continue my closed-door cultivation. Once I become a supreme, no one can bully the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and my father. Chu Hao sighed. He did not hide his difficulties in front of Tang Wan. I believe you. What about me? Brother Hao? Tang Wan blinked, looking a little mischievous. Of course, no one can bully you. Chu Hao smiled domineeringly. He had different feelings for his childhood sweetheart. Although he was wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the Tao, he was not completely devoid of love. Moreover, he could tell that Tang Wan seemed to have been waiting for him. However, with your background, I don't think many people can bully you. You have been hiding it from me all these years. Chu Hao smiled helplessly as he said this. He recalled some things that happened in the past. Back then, he was young and thought that Tang Wan was just a simple merchant's daughter. That was why he treated her as a close friend and talked to her about everything. However, later on he found out that she was backed by the huge business alliance of 10,000 Das. She had been hiding her true identity in front of him. The business alliance of 10,000 Das was one of the most famous alliances in the upper realm. Although her grandfather was only the leader of a sub-alliance of the business alliance of 10,000 Das, the power he had was not something the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird could compare to. Although he was the third prince of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he did not even have the chance to get close to her. If it wasn't for that, how would I know that Brother Hao is different from the other Skype rides? Tang Wan was still smiling. Then she said, mischievously, Now, Brother Hao is a quasi-supreme. Even in the business alliance, you're a super powerhouse who can attract the attention of the higher-ups. My grandfather can't say anything else. Your grandfather said that for your own good. Don't be angry at him. Chu Hao quickly waved his hand. I know, Brother Hao. Why do you care so much about other people's feelings? If you change your personality, you won't be oppressed by Gu Chang'e to this extent. Tang Wan sighed slightly and smiled helplessly. She had no feelings for Gu Chang'e since the beginning. She knew that a person like him, no matter how gentle, elegant, and approachable he was born with a sense of superiority that would never be erased. Therefore, this time, Gu Chang'e could easily threaten Chu Hao with the lives of the people of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird and the king of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. This was because, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, these people were ants that he could easily crush. Gu Chang'e is not a simple person. It's too difficult to deal with him. Chu Hao also had a headache and couldn't help but clench his fists. I have an idea. Brother Hao, why don't you look for those heaven's prides who offended Gu Chang'e? I heard that true immortal Academy's heaven Lord Zhang seemed to have a conflict with Gu Chang'e. At this time, Tang Wan took out a jade scroll from her sleeve and handed it to Chu Hao. It contained some of the things that she had investigated for Chu Hao. Thank you, Wan. Chu Hao took it and scanned it with his divine consciousness. He was instantly moved. He didn't expect Tang Wan to have prepared this for him before she came. She even thought of a countermeasure for him. It's fine as long as it's useful to you, Brother Hao. Tang Wan smiled. Then, the two chatted for a while before Tang Wan left. Although Chu Hao was reluctant to leave, he knew that now was not the time to think about this. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was facing internal and external troubles. It was already at a critical moment. Tang Wan was afraid that Gu Chang'e's spies would notice her, so she directly used her spatial Dharma artifact. After a wave of fluctuation, she disappeared. When she came, she was very cautious and vigilant. Chapter 296. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed since the start of the Immortal Academy's trial. During this period of time, Gu Chang'e had been living in seclusion. Even his many followers had rarely seen him. Some said that Gu Chang'e had gone to the place where the catastrophe of Absolute Yin broke out to kill the living beings of Absolute Yin. However, some said that Gu Chang'e was actually in seclusion to cultivate a powerful supernatural power. There were many different theories. However, no one dared to pay a visit to verify its authenticity. Even the Vermilion Bird King was now as silent as a cicada in winter. At this moment, in the Vermilion Bird Imperial Capital, in a magnificent and tall pavilion, Su Qingge and Ji Qingxian sat opposite each other. Elder sister, are you leaving this place now? Ji Qingxuan's eyes were filled with shock. She did not expect that the first thing Su Qingge said after coming here was to tell her that she was leaving. Did that mean that the exchange of identities would last for a long time? Yes. Since the Wang family won't find trouble with you now, I'll pretend to be you and visit Mother in the Ji family. I haven't seen her for many years. This is a good opportunity. Su Qingge nodded and said with a complicated expression, Did the young master not suspect you during this time? No. Ji Qingxian shook her head. Then she showed a happy smile. The young master is very good to me. However, I haven't seen him for many days. He seemed to have left the Vermilion Bird Imperial Capital and went to the place where the catastrophe of Absolute Yin broke out. Is that so? Su Qingge nodded. She did not know what she was feeling at this moment. Why would she be jealous of her sister? She was pretending to be herself. All right, sister, I have something to tell you. At this moment, Ji Qingxuan's calm face started to stutter. She looked a little shy and embarrassed. What is it? Su Qingge was confused. She did not know why, but she had a bad feeling in her heart. It's that day. Ji Qingxian looked at her sister uneasily. She did not mean to say this. She wanted to show off. However, she felt that if she changed back, Gu Chang'e might notice something. That was why he told Su Qingge. What? Su Qingge was stunned. Her head buzzed as if she was struck by lightning. Her face paled, and the ominous feeling in her heart grew even more pronounced. Before this, Gu Chang'e had never wanted her body. But why was Gu Chang'e like this after exchanging identities with Ji Qingxian? Something was amiss. Could it be that young master already knows? Su Qingge was very smart and connected the dots almost instantly. But she still had the last trace of fantasy, thinking that it might be a coincidence. Sister, I'm sorry. Ji Qingxian apologized. It's not your fault. After a long silence, Su Qingge waved her hand and forced herself to calm down, but she felt bitter in her heart. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. What if her younger sister replaced her and stayed by Gu Chang'e's side? After all, Gu Chang'e was the young leader of the righteous faction, while she was the inheritor of the demonic arts. She was destined to be his enemy in the end. She should take advantage of the fact that Gu Chang'e still didn't know her true identity. Otherwise, She really didn't know how to face all this in the future. Qingxian, I might not come back for a long time. Su Qingge calmed down and said, if young master finds out about this during this period of time, tell him that Qingge failed to live up to his trust. With that, her figure flashed, and she left the place. Sister. Ji Qingxian was at a loss for a moment. She felt that her sister seemed to have shed tears in the end. What was she hiding? Why did she have such a deep hatred? At the same time, Saint Spirit Ancient City. As the gathering place of various ancient countries, there were all kinds of living beings and cultivators here. Not only could one meet young people who had just started cultivating, but also ascetic monks who had been sitting cross-legged for hundreds of thousands of years. One could also see the disciples of the major sects and the ancients. It was very prosperous and could accommodate nearly 10 million people. Inside the city, there was a dazzling and magnificent palace. A charming woman in white was standing there, directing a group of maids in front of her to read something. The woman in white was so beautiful that she was flawless. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was so beautiful that it was almost seductive. At this moment, she was hugging her 9 fluffy, snow-white foxtails that were shining brightly. She frowned and said, hurry up. Do you need so much time to investigate? Miss, please wait for a moment. The maids heard her and quickly said, most of the information about Chu Hao seems to have been purposely hidden by someone. We can't find anything. You can't find anything? The woman in white frowned in disbelief. Is there anything in this world that the Business Alliance can't find out? She could find some clues about the Gu family scandal. Why couldn't she find anything about the third prince of the small ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird? Forget it. You don't have to investigate anymore, Yimei. I've already guessed who's helping Chu Hao. At this moment, a young man's voice came from behind the palace's curtain. Master, you know. Yimei was slightly stunned, but she didn't ask much. She waved her hand and dismissed the maids. Yes, I know. It should be someone from the Business Alliance. Gu Chang'e sat there, quietly drinking the fragrant tea. She blew the steam to her mouth, raised the cup, and drank it all. The tea you make is still the best. He complimented and seemed to be in a good mood. When he couldn't find anything in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, he knew that the person who helped Chu Hao behind the scenes was not a simple person. He was very smart and hid all traces well. That was why he came to the Saint Spirit Ancient City. There was a branch of the Business Alliance here, and he could contact Yimei to come over. Master, since you like it so much, I'll make it for you every day. Yimei walked over and said with a smile. She didn't choose to cultivate in the Immortal Academy because she knew that it would be difficult for her to help Gu Chang'e no matter how high her cultivation level was. She decided to take charge of the 9-tailed Fox Clan's authority in the Business Alliance so that she could provide more help to Gu Chang'e. The biggest force behind the Business Alliance was the 9-tailed Fox Clan. As an ancient royal family, they had a strong foundation. Although many orthodoxies had joined the Business Alliance over the years, the 9-tailed Fox Clan still had the most authority. How much do you know about this Tang Wan? Gu Chang'e smiled and picked up the jade scroll in front of him. There were many people that he suspected in the past. After filtering and eliminating them, he had made up his mind. He had already decided on a candidate. The person who was helping him behind Chu Hao was Tang Wan. It wasn't difficult to find her. First of all, he only needed to know who was around the same age as Chu Hao and had stayed in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As long as Gu Chang'e casually checked these familiar routines, she could almost quickly determine the candidate. Tang Wan was smart and knew how to avoid suspicion. She deliberately hid her traces. However, as long as she had been to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, the traces could not be erased. Moreover, Tang Wan didn't know that Yimei was one of his people. Tang Wan seems to be quite capable. She started working in the Business Alliance hundreds of years ago. The Tang family has a lot of influence in the Business Alliance. Her grandfather is the leader of a sub-alliance and has many powerhouses under him. Yimei explained. She told Gu Changa all the information about Tang Wan in her mind. The leader of a sub-alliance. Seems like he has a lot of power. Gu Changa smiled casually. As one of the biggest business alliances in the Upper Realm, the business alliance was almost everywhere in the Upper Realm. Its power was beyond imagination. Even the sect leaders of some imperishable sects had to treat the leader of a sub-alliance with caution, not daring to look down on him. "Did Tang Wan offend you, young master?" Yin Mei asked. Then she said, "I know that she has a younger brother named Tang Tian. He's not that old, and he's a playboy. He's used to being arrogant and domineering. The Tang family dotes on him." "She has a younger brother?" Gu Changa smiled meaningfully. "That's great. What's wrong with this Tang Wan? Why must she go against me? Don't you think she deserves to die?" "She deserves to die." Yin Mei nodded obediently. "Anyone who goes against Master deserves to die. Young Master, I heard that the Drunken Immortal Inn has a new batch of goods this time. Do you want to take a look?" A young man with a frivolous face and sunken eye sockets was walking on the street filled with cultivators. He glanced at the young living beings and cultivators around him. Of course, his focus was mainly on the young female cultivator. He kept sizing her up. A stout man who looked like a butler followed beside the young man and asked carefully with a smile, "What kind of goods can the Drunken Immortal Inn have?" The young man, Tang Tian, said disdainfully, although he looked like he was walking alone. There were many cultivators with powerful auras following behind him, secretly to protect him. "I heard that the goods in the Drunken Immortal Inn this time are from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan," the stout man said with a smile. "Nine-Tailed Fox clan." Tang Tian was stunned when he heard that. Then his eyes lit up and he asked, "Is it real or fake? Doesn't the Nine-Tailed Fox clan value this the most? Why would they be in the Drunken Immortal Inn?" Although he was a playboy, it did not mean that he was stupid. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was an ancient royal family. How could it be easy to meet them? However, he knew that the women of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan were all extremely beautiful. "Young master, don't worry. I heard that the goods this time were expelled from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan," the stout man chuckled. "So, young master, don't worry," Tang Tian snorted. "If you dare lie to me, I won't let you off." The stout man hurriedly said, "I wouldn't dare. With young master's identity, who would dare lie to you?" "Humph, at least you know your place." Then Tang Tian hurried to the Drunken Immortal Inn. When they arrived, under the arrangement of the stout man, they saw a frightened girl from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan in a private room on the second floor. Needless to say, she was very beautiful. However, what puzzled him was that the girl from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was tied up, and even her mouth was gagged. "Young master, her temperament is a bit stubborn, but you can rest assured that there will be no problem. When the time is over, I hope you can put in a good word for me in front of Miss Wan," the stout man hurriedly explained. I know. Hurry up and get lost." At this time, Tang Tian felt that he was very long-winded and said impatiently, he did not suspect anything at all. As for putting in a good word for him in front of his sister, did he dare to say such a thing? "Then I won't disturb young master," the stout man said with a smile and left the private room. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan girl is indeed worthy of her reputation. That appearance, that figure, in the private room, Tang Tian was extremely excited and was about to make a move. Suddenly, a terrifying aura came from outside the Drunken Immortal Inn. It was as if it was going to destroy everything with anger and coldness. "Who is it? How dare you disturb my mood?" Tang Tian was unhappy, but he heard several screams coming from outside. His expression changed, and he suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart, because the screams came from the cultivators who were secretly protecting him. "How dare you lay your hands on my maid?" Asking for fresh flowers accompanied by a bone-chilling voice, but it was like the sound of nature. Numerous strands of sword chi bloomed in midair, while terrifying killing intent enveloped down from the sky and instantly blasted apart the Immortal Indulgence Inn. The faces of all the cultivators on the street changed drastically as they retreated in shock. In the sky, a woman in white walked over with an ice-cold expression. The long sword behind her floated in the air, releasing millions of rays of light. Her killing intent was about to freeze and split the sky. A cultivator with a tyrannical aura in the dark did not have time to react before he was pierced by the sword chi. His body and soul were directly destroyed, and his soul scattered into ashes without a trace. Shopkeeper Zhu, what's going on? Tang Tian was a little uneasy in his heart, and his face was pale. He hurriedly walked out of the private room and wanted to ask the stout man from before. He was panicking in his heart. What was going on? Could it be that there was a mistake? Could it be that there was a problem with this nine-tailed Fox Clan girl? However, Tang Tian did not have time to react. The scene he saw after walking out of the private room was simply shocking to him. His entire body was stunned, and he could not react for a long time. You're slandering me. Don't talk nonsense, Tang Tian roared in anger, incomparably sinister. However, the stout man knelt on the ground, ignoring him. His face was filled with fear, regret, panic, and other emotions. He kept saying, all of this was ordered by young Master Tang Tian. It has nothing to do with this lowly one. Young Master Tang Tian said that if anything happened, he would take responsibility alone. Otherwise, this lowly one would not dare to have the guts to ask young Master Tang Tian to bring people to the drunken immortal restaurant. I hope Heavenly Lady can forgive me. This lowly one knows his mistake. Please spare this lowly one's life. Tang Tian, you really have guts. You even dare to lay your hands on my maid. The woman in white's expression was incomparably cold with killing intent. Her long sword floated in the air, intertwining with a terrifying brilliance, ready to fall at any time. All of this is wrongly accused. I don't know anything. It was all arranged by shopkeeper Zhu. He framed me. Tang Tian's face was pale, his voice trembling, incomparably angry and uneasy, trying to explain everything clearly. Zero. He naturally recognized the woman in white in front of him. She was the Heavenly Lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. She had a face that could bring calamity to countries and people, and countless geniuses regarded her as a heavenly lady. Furthermore, she held great power in the business alliance of 10,000 Daos. How could a profligate son like him easily offend such a person? The woman in white's expression turned even colder, and she said with a chilling tone, Then who should I listen to? Or are you all just fooling me? When I wasn't paying attention, you kidnapped my maid. If I didn't leave a mark on her, I'm afraid she would have been killed by you today. Her words were not loud, but it spread on the streets. Many cultivators and living beings heard it and were extremely shocked. They immediately imagined the cause and effect. After all, Tang Tian's reputation was not good. Many people knew him, so it was not strange for him to do such a thing. However, they did not expect him to be so daring this time. He actually dared to lay his hands on the maid of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan's Heavenly Lady. I'm really wrongly accused. Heavenly Lady, your maid is still upstairs. If you don't believe me, you can ask her yourself, and everything will come to light. Tang Tian was still desperately trying to explain it this time, and he hurriedly said. His face was extremely pale, as if he was grasping at a life-saving straw. He felt that the stout man was trying to frame him. All right, I'll give you a chance. If you dare to lie to me, even the Tang family behind you won't be able to protect you. The woman in white's voice was extremely cold. Soon, she moved and walked into the private room. Immediately after, a sword ray fell and released the girl of the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan who was bound. Young miss, save me. Tang Tian is despicable and shameless. He actually sent someone to knock me out. If you didn't come in time, I would have... When the girl saw the woman in white arrive, she immediately started to sob and explain. She cried so miserably that those who heard it would be sad and those who saw it would cry. Many cultivators and living beings were angry at Tang Tian. He was simply scum. Hearing that, Tang Tian's face immediately lost all color. A cold air swept through his body, and he fell to the ground. At that moment, there was only one thought in his mind. It's over, I've been tricked. Tang Tian, what else do you have to explain now? The woman in white looked at him coldly and shouted, There are much fewer terminated living beings these days. It seems that the group of geniuses from the Immortal Academy is still useful. At that moment, Chu Hao's figure appeared on a mountain peak far away from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As his palm landed, the raging gray fog in front of him was instantly obliterated like snow under the scorching sun, dissipating into nothingness. He was only one step away from entering the supreme stage. There was no need to say more about his strength. It was easy to deal with the interminated living beings. However, the interminated Qi was very difficult to deal with. Even he had to spend a lot of energy to destroy it. Here, he saw many geniuses from the Immortal Academy. They were fighting fiercely with the interminated living beings. Chu Hao knew that this was the request of the Immortal Academy, so he didn't pay too much attention to it. At this rate, the interminated disaster should be eliminated this time. Thinking of that, Chu Hao couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A rare smile appeared on his face. In the distance, he saw a group of geniuses shrouded in divine light. Their auras were shocking and majestic. Gu Changa's followers that day. It seems that Gu Changa is here too. Chu Hao frowned and chose to leave in another direction. He didn't want to meet Gu Changa here. Chu Hao is indeed here. Master's guess was right. Among the group of geniuses, a young living being who looked like a yuksha wore a cold smile. The moment he noticed Chu Hao, he immediately informed Gu Changa of everything with a communication jade talisman. Chen. Chapter 297. In a dark and damp dungeon, an extremely sorry-looking young man with a face full of blood was lying there. His hands were tied behind his back as he stared with a pair of angry, frightened, and uneasy eyes. It was Tang Tian who was caught by Yin Mei at the drunken immortal restaurant. At this moment, he already knew that he was being schemed against. Shopkeeper Zhu of the drunken immortal restaurant had already arranged everything from the start. In order to make him feel at ease, he did not hesitate to say so much. But at that time he was actually so stupid to not have any suspicions. Tang Tian did not know what was called an immortal's trap. If he knew, he would definitely shout out loud, Yin Mei, I have no enmity with you. Why are you scheming against me? Tang Tian stared angrily at the lady in white who was looking at him coldly. He did not hide his hatred. Before this, he still respected and admired her, calling her the heavenly maiden Yin Mei. What nonsense are you talking about? At this time, you still don't want to admit it and still want to quibble? Yin Mei looked at him coldly. There was no warmth in her beautiful eyes. You are slandering me. Everything was arranged by you. That maid and shopkeeper Zhu were also arranged by you. You just wanted to deal with my sister. That's why you thought of such despicable methods. I want to see my grandfather. Yin Mei, you actually dared to capture me because of a maid. At this time, Tang Tian's mind was flexible. He quickly thought through everything. He thought that Yin Mei was fighting with his sister for something. So she came up with this plan to threaten his sister. I don't understand what you are saying. You don't want to admit it, right? No problem. My nine-tailed fox clan has many methods to deal with people like you. I can help you cut off the lower half of your body. Even if you are a cultivator, you can forget about recovering. Yin Mei's expression was still cold. She walked out of the dungeon and said to the guard outside, Since he doesn't want to admit it, then execute him. Hearing this, Tang Tian, who was in the dungeon, panicked. How dare you? Yin Mei, I am the only son of the Tang clan. If you treat me like this, my grandfather and the rest will not let this go. If he became something that was neither male nor female in the future, he would definitely go crazy. Tang Tian did not doubt the truth of Yin Mei's words. The nine-tailed celestial fox really had the means to turn a cultivator into such a person. Why won't we let this go? Do you really think that the Tang family dares to offend the nine-tailed fox clan? With regards to the long lifespan of a cultivator, will there be any effect to losing your generation? Ian May sneered and then said in a cold voice, "Do it." Yes, Mississippi. When the two guards outside of the prison heard this, they immediately walked in with sinister smiles on their faces. In their hands were a pair of huge, crocodile-like golden pincers. They started to gesture at Tang Tian. "Ian May, stop! Stop it!" Seeing this scene, Tang Tian's face suddenly turned white, without a trace of blood, and could not stop trembling. He didn't expect Ian May to actually do this. He would rather die than become something that was neither male nor female in the future. This was even more unbearable than directly killing him. "Do you admit it?" Ian May smiled faintly outside the dungeon. She hugged her 9 fluffy snow-white foxtails, looking noble and beautiful. "I admit. I admit." Tang Tian gritted his teeth, his heart filled with hatred for Ian May. He wished he could cut her into 1,000 pieces. In the past, he did not expect this beautiful woman to actually have a heart of snakes and scorpions. "Well then, say what you have to say." Ian May smiled, holding a shadow recording stone in her hand. After a quarter of an hour, she walked out of the prison to a quiet and secluded mansion. In the courtyard, a man in white sat there, quietly drinking tea. His facial features were clear and handsome, his black hair draped over his shoulders, exuding a transcendent aura. It was hard for people to imagine that the various methods in the dungeon were ordered by him. Did he admit it? Gu Changa lifted her eyes to look at Ian May, smiling faintly. Yes, according to Master's instructions, Tang Tian was so scared that he almost peed himself and admitted everything. Ian May smiled sweetly. She handed the photo stone to Gu Changa, which recorded everything. "Well done." Gu Changa nodded, glanced at it, smiled, and said, "Then we will prepare the banquet now, and wait for the guests to arrive. This shadow recording stone, you prepare one more, and think of a way to pass the rest to the Tang family." Ian May nodded, then asked with some suspicion, "Master, what if the Tang family suddenly panicked? From what I see, Tang Wan is not a stupid person. Will she fall for it?" "She will not fall for it. Not only that, she will also tell her grandfather about this. That is why I want you to pass the shadow recording stone to the Tang family first. As long as the Tang family is not stupid, they will understand that this matter is not so simple." Gu Changa smiled casually. He had already calculated everything. Even if Tang Wan had hundreds of tricks, she would not be able to escape in the end. He was still waiting to give Chu Hao, the son of Destiny, a surprise. Now, as he expected, Chu Hao was at the place where the absolute calamity broke out, settling the matter of the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. How would he have the time to care about his childhood sweetheart? "I understand. Now we will see how the Tang family and Tang Wan treat Tang Tian." Ian May nodded. She quickly understood Gu Changa's intention. With Tang Wan's intelligence, she would very likely realize that this was a scheme. Even if she attended the banquet, she would know that it was a trap. Therefore, Tang Wan would definitely inform her grandfather in advance, and when the time came to ransom Tang Tian, there would be many powerhouses from the Tang family with him. But now, she gave the shadow recording stone of Tang Tian admitting everything to the Tang family, to let them know that this matter could be easily solved. This was a matter of attitude. Of course, it could also be considered a threat. After all, the nine-tailed fox clan did not need to be afraid of the Tang family. Speaking of which, Tang Tian was a direct descendant of the Tang family, and Ian May's maidservant was far inferior to Tang Tian in terms of status. If the Tang family were to be tough, Ian May would not be on the side of reason, and the nine-tailed fox clan behind her would not become enemies with the Tang family over a mere maidservant. This was a simple matter of interests. On the other hand, in the Golden Altar ancient city, it was not far from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix. It was an important ancient city under the myriad Daos business alliances branch. It was like a throat, a hub that connected all the other ancient cities nearby. At this moment, in this ancient city, in a quiet and unique courtyard, a graceful woman in a plain gauze dress was quietly looking at the many jade slips in front of her behind the curtain. Her face was gentle and charming, and her skin was smooth and fair. At the same time, she was holding a brush in her hand, writing something. As she wrote, a terrifying phenomenon seemed to appear between heaven and earth, and layers of mysterious power appeared under her brush. As she waved her hand, words with golden patterns appeared and fell into the jade scrolls in front of her. Vaguely, one could even see the scenery of mountains and rivers that seemed to have come alive. It was as if they were about to appear from the jade scrolls. Mrs. Painting skills have reached a new level. I'm afraid that the characters that you've drawn can rival Saint Realm cultivators. The maidservant beside the gentle lady could not help but cover her mouth and laugh when she saw this scene. She looked very impressed. So what if I can rival Saint Realm cultivators? Brother, how is now a quasi-supreme? And he's about to break through to the supreme realm. Compared to him, I'm so far behind. I really don't know how he cultivated all these years. He's really a monster. But fortunately, I've noticed his brilliance before. Otherwise, I don't know how many heavenly beauties have gathered around him now. Hearing this, the gentle lady smiled helplessly. However, when she mentioned Chu Hao, she could not help but look happy and admiring. She was naturally Tang Wan, who had secretly left the ancient kingdom of Phoenix with a spatial artifact. However, considering that Chu Hao was not in a good situation now, she did not go far. Therefore, she didn't go too far and chose to stay in this ancient city for the time being. Although this courtyard looked quiet and serene, there were many hidden dangers. There were traces of formation patterns hidden everywhere. If anyone dared to trespass, they would definitely be killed by the power of the formation patterns. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Moreover, Tang Wan had arranged many experts from the Commerce Alliance outside. The weakest among them was at the Saint Realm. She was not worried that someone would come looking for her. In fact, she did not have to be so worried. After all, her grandfather was the leader of the myriad Dao Commerce Alliance's sub-alliance. He was extremely powerful. Who would dare to offend him? However, Tang Wan had considered many things this time. The person that Chu Hao had offended was Gu Chang'e. Tang Wan felt unprecedented pressure from this young man. Tang Wan did not know why, but she always felt that Gu Chang'e was not a simple person. Although he did not make things difficult for Chu Hao in public at that time. However, she had a premonition that Gu Chang'e was preparing to deal with Chu Hao. This was because since she was born, she had a unique talent to seek luck and avoid misfortune. In the end, she kept thinking about it and deduced the art of seeking luck and avoiding misfortune. With this talent, Tang Wan was doing well in the myriad Dao Commerce Alliance. Those who knew her had to respectfully call her Miss Wan. For hundreds of years, this talent had never been wrong. However, some time ago, Tang Wan used her divine mystery brush to deduce Gu Chang'e. She was trying to pry into the secrets of heaven. However, she was unexpectedly affected by the backlash. This situation made her shocked, horrified, and puzzled, because it had never happened before. In the end, Tang Wan came to the conclusion that Gu Chang'e was hiding something horrifying. For this reason, she did not hesitate to take a huge risk to warn Chu Hao. Although Chu Hao's current cultivation was at the quasi-supreme realm, and he would soon break through to the supreme realm. However, to the higher-ups of the Commerce Alliance, it was not worth it to offend Gu Chang'e because of Chu Hao. Therefore, Tang Wan had to be careful. All these years, Tang Wan had contributed a lot to the Commerce Alliance. However, she could not influence the Commerce Alliance's decision at all in a situation where the benefits were at stake. She did not even dare to tell her grandfather about this. This was because her grandfather looked down on Chu Hao's background. So what if he was talented? If he did not have a strong background to support him, he would only end up as a chess piece for many orthodoxies. Unless Chu Hao was powerful enough to establish an imperishable orthodoxy. I hope Brother Chu Hao understands my effort. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. He shouldn't have acted rashly back then. In the end, I can only hope that the Taishan Grotto Heaven will stand by Brother Chu Hao's side. If he succeeds in becoming the Taishan Grotto Heaven's future mansion master, he'll have more authority to speak. Gu Chang'e won't dare to be so reckless anymore. Tang Wan sighed deeply. Before this, she had never thought that she would be so fearful of a young man one day. In her opinion, Gu Chang'e's strength could even defeat a supreme being. When Gu Chang'e activated the supreme weapon that day, it was obvious that he was far from reaching his limit based on how casual he looked. This was not something that could be faked. After being in the Commerce Alliance for so many years, Tang Wan had a good sense of judgment. She would not underestimate anyone easily, especially someone like Gu Chang'e, who was so overbearing that no one in the younger generation dared to offend him. Young lady. Bad news, however, at this moment. Outside the courtyard, a guard ran in anxiously all of a sudden. He sounded panicked, as if he had encountered something serious. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic? Where's your manners? Before Tang Wan could speak, the maidservant next to her frowned and said unhappily, "Don't worry. What's the matter? Why are you in such a panic?" Tang Wan waved her hand, signaling the guard to calm down. However, for some reason, she had a strong feeling of uneasiness in her heart again. The last time she had this premonition was when she encountered a disaster in the ancient cave mansion and almost lost her life. However, at that time, she managed to avert the disaster. She even obtained the inheritance of an ancient expert and obtained the divine mystery brush, which allowed her to enter the path of Tao through painting. Young lady, bad news. Young master has offended the Nine-Tailed Fox clan and is now in the hands of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's heavenly maiden Yinmei, the guard reported with a trembling voice. He knew that the young lady had always doted on young master Tang Tian. Now that such a serious matter had happened, only the young lady could think of a way to solve it. Tang Tian has offended the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? What's going on? Isn't Tang Tian staying in the city? How did he offend the Nine-Tailed Fox clan? What happened? Tang Wan was stunned when she heard the guard's report. Then her expression turned solemn as she asked hurriedly. Since it involved her brother, she had to take it seriously. Although she knew that her brother was a good-for-nothing and was domineering, he was not stupid. However, he was not stupid. Why would he offend the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for no reason? Could there be some kind of misunderstanding? It's like this, young Mississippi. According to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, that day at the Drunken Immortal Inn, young Master Tang Tian abducted a nine-tailed fox girl with bad intentions. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Yinmei of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan found him and caught him red-handed. This matter has been made known to the whole city. The guard reported the cause and effect in a panic. Of course, this was not what he saw with his own eyes, but the news that came from somewhere else. How could Tang Tian be so stupid and so bold? After hearing this, even Tang Wan, who had a gentle temperament, was stunned. Then she reacted and could not help but feel angry. She was incomparably angry towards this good-for-nothing brother of hers who kept causing trouble for her. It was not as simple as hating him for being useless. At this time, she only wanted to lock him in the clan and forbid him to take another step out. I understand Tang Tian's character. Even if he has bad intentions, he does not have the courage. He must have been urged by someone. Who else was with Tang Tian at that time? However, Tang Wan quickly calmed down and could not help but ask. There was a dignified look in her eyes that was difficult to look at. This, according to the cultivators who witnessed it with their own eyes, it was the young master who acted on his own initiative. When he saw the heavenly maiden Yinmei's maid coming out to buy things without anyone following behind her, he had a sudden idea and sent someone to knock her out and bring her to the Drunken Immortal Inn. The guard hurriedly replied, not daring to hide anything. Is that true? Is that really the case? Where are the cultivators who protected my brother? Where are they? Do I have to ask them? Tang Wan was stunned. Her intuition told her that this matter was not so simple. She could not help but ask coldly. Her iron fist over the years was not just for show. At this time, her body gave off a terrifying, dignified aura that was difficult to look at. Even the maid who had followed her for a long time felt a palpitating fear. Reporting to young Miss, the cultivators who protected the young master were immediately killed by the angry, heavenly maiden Yin-mei. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. No one survived. The guard's voice trembled as he stammered. They were all killed. Tang Wan's voice suddenly became louder. It could be seen that she was currently angry. Although it did not sound wrong, the first thing she did was not to look for the maid, but to kill Tang Tian's protectors? No matter how one looked at it, it gave off a feeling of wanting to destroy the corpse. However, if the heavenly maiden Yin-mei was angry and could only vent her anger like this, it was still acceptable. But this was too strange. Tang Wan's intuition told her that this matter was not simple. I know. Where is Tang Tian now? Did the heavenly maiden Yin-mei say anything? Tang Wan asked in a low voice. She had already calmed down. Young Master Tang Tian is now being held captive by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. It is not convenient for the family to settle this. The guard quickly replied. I know. Tang Wan nodded. She knew that the family could not stand on the side of reason in this matter. No matter if it was true or a scheme, the whole city knew about it. The Tang family's face was completely lost. In her opinion, if this matter was being plotted against, it was very likely that Yin-mei wanted to make some kind of request. Although the Nine-Tailed Fox clan was behind the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance, it was not the only clan that was powerful. Yin-mei had only been in power for a short time. Furthermore, she was still young, so she did not have much trust in the 10,000 Dao Business Alliance. Hence, it was inevitable that there would be some conflicts between the two of them. As a senior, she was much more mature and powerful than Yin-mei in terms of ability. If she was plotted against by Yin-mei because of this, it was understandable. I overestimated Yin-mei's character. She actually planned to use such methods to force me. I wonder if she will play any tricks? Tang Wan frowned. Then, she left the courtyard and planned to make a move. However, before that, she planned to contact Chu Hao. However, the news that she received later made her feel helpless. In the end, she could only give up. This was because Chu Hao was not in the ancient country of Phoenix. He was rushing to the place where the absolute Yin calamity broke out. Even if something happened, he would not be able to help. Initially, she planned to ask Chu Hao to go with her. It would be safer and more secure. The ransom this time should not be too simple. I have to inform the family. Although grandfather hates Tang Tian for not fighting for him, he will not sit by and watch him be captured by the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. I don't have enough experts here. This uneasiness is getting stronger. I need the family to send more experts over. Thinking of this, Tang Wan made a move while sending a message to inform her family. It would be best if they were fully prepared. This spell technique that allowed her to foresee fortune and misfortune had allowed her to avoid many dangers. Chapter 298. Golden Ridge, Ancient City, where the Tang family resided. As the #1 family in Golden Ridge, Ancient City, the Tang family had branches all over the Upper Realm. However, the Tang family's real home was in a small world in Golden Ridge, Ancient City. Very few cultivators knew about this. The Tang family entered the Dao through business and had a complicated network of relationships. This was well known in the Upper Realm. There was once a genius in the Tang family who was unparalleled in business. He was the one who developed an unremarkable family into the Tang family that many imperishable sects did not dare to underestimate. At this moment, in the small world where the Tang family resided, this place was vast and boundless. Many living beings and cultivators came and went. Palaces and divine islands floated in the air. It was magnificent and ancient. In the most magnificent palace at the center, a tall, hale, and hearty old man was slamming the table in front of him. He was not angry, but he gave off a dignified aura. A terrifying aura filled the air, as if it was going to destroy everything. He was the current head of the Tang family, Old Master Tang. On the table was the shadow recording stone, sent by Yin Mei. What a fool! This Tang Tian only knows how to cause trouble for me all day long. He doesn't even know how to save me some trouble. Is he trying to anger me to death? Below him, the important figures of the Tang family kept quiet out of fear and did not dare to speak. When Old Master Tang was angry, anyone who dared to interrupt him would be punished with 3 months of confinement, even if they were the most favored descendant. Of all things, he just had to cause trouble for me. Is the Tang family's business going to fall on this unfilial descendant's shoulders in the future? Then, Old Master Tang gradually calmed down. His eyes flashed, and he snorted. How dare he scheme against my Tang family? Does this little girl from the nine-tailed fox clan really think that I'm blind? When he said this, it caused an uproar among the Tang family's upper echelons. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was a trap set by Yin Mei. But so what if they could see it? The witness at that time had already been disposed of by Yin Mei the moment she appeared, destroying the corpse and erasing all evidence. That shopkeeper Zhu, if he wasn't killed, then Yin Mei must have found someone to kill and hide him. Even if they wanted to trace the incident back then, they wouldn't be able to find anyone. He could only grit his teeth and swallow this matter. They were all smart people and had been in the business alliance for so many years. How could they not see through this? However, Yin Mei was backed by the immemorial royal family, so they couldn't say anything. After all, they had no evidence. It seems that this matter is just a small trick used by that little girl, the nine-tailed celestial fox, to fight with Tang Wan. She sent the shadow recording stone over to express her attitude. The Tang old master coldly snorted, quickly understanding Yin Mei's intentions. They naturally wouldn't interfere in such a small fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as a fight between Yin Mei and Tang Wan. Even the Tang family had to back down when facing the far ancient imperial family. Father, do we have to swallow this loss by ourselves? The one who spoke was a middle-aged man named Tang Feng. He was the father of Tang Tian and Tang Wan. Although he was helpless about the matter caused by his son, there was nothing he could do. Tang Tian was stupid and fell into the trap of others. Who could he blame? If Tang Tian had been a little more clear-minded, so many things wouldn't have happened. What else can we do? What can you do? Let Tang Wan handle this matter by herself. She is the elder sister, and the other party is targeting her. Don't tell me you want to interfere. Our Tang family is unreasonable in this matter. If those old foxes from the nine-tailed celestial fox clan make things difficult for me, I'll be in trouble. Recently, I feel that they are plotting against my position. The nine-tailed celestial fox clan has always been planning to do whatever they want in the business alliance. The Tang old master coldly snorted and said. Hearing this, the higher-ups of the Tang family fell silent. They knew that his words weren't without reason. The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed celestial fox clan had already made it clear that she was targeting Tang Wan. At this time, they naturally couldn't interfere. Otherwise, the situation would turn into a conflict between the Tang family and the nine-tailed celestial fox clan. The loss outweighed the gain. Then we don't care about the message from Wan. She said that this matter won't be simple. Tang Feng frowned and asked, unwilling to give up. How complicated can it be? At most, she'll give some of her benefits to the other party. Tang Wan is a very good girl. She wants the family to help her, but she won't give up any of her benefits. Don't I know her? The Tang old master waved his hand and asserted. She simply wants to grasp more power and have more right to speak. This old man has seen her goal in the last few years. Now, the other party has made their goal clear, but she's still thinking of taking advantage of the family? What if it's a trap, father? Tang Feng frowned. He trusted Tang Wan's intuition. But the matter of Chu Hao had caused the Tang old master and Tang Wan to become very unhappy. Now, the Tang old master felt that Tang Wan was worried about Chu Hao. He didn't give her power because he was afraid that she would use it to help Chu Hao. Tell me, what trap can there be? The Tang old master sneered and asked. Tang Feng was at a loss for words. Yes? What trap could there be? Could it be that Yin Mei planned to harm Tang Wan? Unless Yin Mei was crazy, she couldn't run away if something happened to Tang Wan. There was only harm and no benefit. The family doesn't believe me this time? Why? Yin Mei actually sent a shadow recording stone? Does she really have no other goal? On the other side, Tang Wan was also stunned by the news from the family. She couldn't believe it. If her family had sent experts over this time, she would have had more confidence. But they didn't. Yin Mei only used a shadow recording stone to convince the Tang family not to interfere. Did Yin Mei calculate all this? Or was it just a coincidence? Tang Wan sighed. That feeling of unease grew stronger. She used the brush of heavenly secrets to divine her own fortune. But it was gray, and her future was uncertain. Logically speaking, there was no enmity between her and Yin Mei, so why would she suddenly scheme against her? Tang Wan also couldn't understand. After thinking it over, she felt that the greatest possibility was that Yin Mei wanted to use this as a threat to obtain benefits from her. Could it be that Yin Mei even predicted that I would ask the family for help? Tang Wan felt even more uneasy. Although there were many experts following her and many hidden experts, they didn't give her much of a sense of security. Forget it. I don't believe that Yin Mei dares to do anything to me. Since she was already here, Tang Wan could only brace herself and go. In a short while, she reached the ancient city in front of her. Following their agreement, Tang Wan went straight to the agreed-upon location. This was the famous heaven-gazing pavilion of the city. It was dazzling, richly ornamented, and ancient. As the name implied, it had the meaning of looking up at the heavens. The steps were carved with cloud patterns, dense with spiritual energy and surging with the light of treasures. At the highest point, one could see the entire city, and if anything happened there, the entire city would be alarmed. Under the cover of the afterglow, it was even more magnificent. It seems that I was worrying too much. Discussing in this kind of place. It shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Tang Wan let out a sigh of relief. Soon, under the guidance of the people below the heaven-gazing pavilion, she rushed to the top of the pavilion. She wanted to know what Yin Mei was playing at. Miss Wan. At the top of the heaven-gazing pavilion, Yin Mei was sitting there in a white robe, quietly playing the zither. Two maids behind her were dragging their tails to prevent them from falling to the ground. Her face was naturally enchanting and shockingly beautiful. As long as one was a man, they wouldn't be able to take their eyes off her. She took the initiative to speak, indicating for Tang Wan to sit. I know that Miss Wan is confused and had no choice but to come up with this plan. Please come over. Yin Mei smiled, appearing gracious. Let's not talk nonsense between us. I only want to ask you one thing. What do you mean by this? Tang Wan's expression was very ugly. She didn't have her usual gentle and charming appearance. She coldly stared at her and asked, Where's my brother? Miss Wan, don't be anxious. Tang Tian is fine. But before that, you have to agree to a request of mine. Yin Mei smiled. What request? Hearing that, Tang Wan's heart heaved a sigh of relief. But she still asked coldly. Seems like Yin Mei didn't have any other motives. Could it be that the danger she felt before was not because of Yin Mei? The benefits of the few ancient cities in your hands. You have to give it to me. Yin Mei's expression was calm. You know, I have just taken over power. Many people don't even trust me. I have no choice but to come up with this plan. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Miss Wan can forgive me. Humph, I knew it. You have calculated this well. Hearing this, Tang Wan relaxed. Her earlier vigilance had also dissipated by quite a bit. She was worried that Ian May would not make any requests. If he didn't, then there would be a real problem. I will agree to your request. But if you think that you can monopolize the power like this, I think you are thinking too much. Since Miss One has agreed, then I am relieved. Then my second request is, Ian May said with a smile, second request? Don't be too overboard. Tang Wan's face changed. She seemed to be angry. Ian May, don't be too overboard. You are too greedy. Seems like Miss Wan is not planning to save your brother? That's fine. I will just lock him up for a while longer. Anyway, your Tang family won't dare to do anything to me. Ian May smiled. Imitating Gu Changa, he picked up the wine cup on the table and placed it to his lips. Then he raised his head and drank. Such an attitude. He did not even put Tang Wan in his eyes. I will agree to your second request. Tang Wan's face was gloomy, but in the end, she clenched her teeth and agreed. But in her heart, she heaved a sigh of relief. She was more or less more at ease than before. This was nothing compared to what she was worried about before she came. Although Ian May was a little greedy, in Tang Wan's eyes this was normal. However, her face still showed unwillingness and anger, but she could not do anything to Ian May. Okay, now that I have agreed to your two requests, where is my brother? Tang Wan asked again. At this time, she was much more casual. In a place like Skyview Pavilion, as long as there was a slight change, the whole city would notice. So she was not worried that Ian May would play any tricks. The last request. Ian May was still smiling. Don't worry, this is really the last request. I have to see that my brother is safe. Tang Wan frowned. At this time, she did not agree immediately, because she had already expected that Ian May would ask for more conditions. This was such a good opportunity. How could Ian May only ask for 2 conditions? But Tang Wan felt that she could not let Ian May lead her by the nose. What if, after she agreed, Ian May did not let go of her brother? She did not believe in things like a heavenly oath. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan was very cunning. They even had a secret method to remove the curse of a heavenly oath. Hearing this, Ian May hesitated. She looked like she was in a difficult position. I understand. I, Tang Wan, swear with my Tao heart that if I agree to Ian May's conditions today, I will definitely agree to them. If I break this oath, I will be struck by lightning and my body and soul will be destroyed. I will die a horrible death. Seeing Ian May's expression, Tang Wan sneered. How could she not understand? She was very straightforward. Sister Wan is really straightforward. I like it. Hearing this, Ian May could not help but smile. She even changed the way she addressed Tang Wan. Then come with me. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flashed as she brought along her maidservant and directly left the Skyview Pavilion. At this time, Tang Wan did not have any doubts. After all, she was the one who asked to see Tang Tian. Could it be that Ian May had even agreed to this? She asked herself if her acting skills were okay. The words and expressions of the two just now perfectly matched all her previous speculations. Ian May did not look like she had ulterior motives at all. But just in case, Tang Wan was still brought along by the many experts behind her. Several absolute saints and one supreme saint were hidden. If anything happened, they would be alerted immediately. Tang Wan did not believe that something would happen when she was so vigilant. After that, he followed closely behind Ian May and quickly left the sky-gazing tower, heading towards the palaces and residences. Here, Tang Wan noticed that Ian May's figure landed in a courtyard. It was very quiet and elegant. She didn't hesitate for long before following after them. The large group of experts behind her was blocked outside by Ian May's maids. Miss, wait for me here. Tang Wan nodded calmly. She had a jade talisman hidden in her sleeve. If there was any danger, she could crush the jade talisman to inform the experts outside. They entered the courtyard. The decorations surprised Tang Wan. It looked very elegant. Whether it was the calligraphy, painting, or bamboo, they all gave off an elegant and otherworldly feeling. She was dazed and wondered if she had come to the wrong place. A person like Yin Mei, no matter how you looked at it, she was not elegant at all, right? "Where's my brother?" Seeing Yin Mei stop in front of the courtyard, Tang Wan frowned and asked, "Come with me. Anyway, I won't mistreat your brother during this time. After all, I can't let him lose weight," Yin Mei said casually and walked forward. Tang Wan saw that there seemed to be a dungeon in the depths of the courtyard. She was slightly relieved, but she did not take more than a few steps. Tang Wan's eyes widened. A terrifying cold air suddenly swept through her body, causing her soul to tremble. Her scalp was numb. How is this possible? At this moment, her head was buzzing. Almost immediately, she connected everything, the cause and effect, and many other things. All of a sudden, everything became clear. In front of the stone table, a young man was writing something with his head down. His attitude was natural and casual, and he was extraordinary. He gave off a sense of peace and harmony. In such an atmosphere, Tang Wan did not feel the slightest bit natural. Instead, her whole body was cold, and even her hands and feet were cold. She recognized the white-robed man in front of her. It was Gu Changa, the one who caused her to suffer the backlash. 683, why is he here? At this time, shouldn't he be in the ancient country of Vermilion Bird, in charge of the Immortal Academy? How could he be here? What is his relationship with Yin Mei? Could it be that Yin Mei's actions were all arranged and directed by him behind the scenes? Too many questions appeared in Tang Wan's mind, and she could not help but feel frightened. She subconsciously wanted to crush the jade talisman in her sleeve. However, the white-robed man in front of her suddenly raised his head, looked at her, and said casually, "Oh, Miss Wan, you're here? Wait a moment. But before that, I advise you to put down the jade talisman in your hand, because when you crush it, your brother may die." Gu Changa's words did not have much of a threat. It sounded like a kind reminder. However, Tang Wan felt cold all over and could not even hold the jade talisman firmly. That terrifying feeling of danger swept over her again. Also, let me remind you that in here, the jade talisman can't be transmitted. Gu Changa finally finished his last stroke and put away the brush with satisfaction. Yin Mei beside him brought tea and handed it to him. "Gu Changa, why are you here?" Tang Wan knew that she had fallen into a trap. At this time, she calmed down, thinking that Gu Changa could not be so bold as to kill her at this time. "Is it important that I'm here?" Gu Changa drank the tea and looked at Tang Wan carefully. He smiled casually. "You do look the same. What do you mean?" Tang Wan was puzzled by his words. She did not understand at all. "What do you mean by look the same?" "You don't need to understand." Gu Changa did not have the intention to explain. He smiled casually. "You only need to know one thing. Today no one can save you. Even if Chu Hao grew wings and flew over, it would be useless." At this moment, Tang Wan felt a terrifying killing intent, causing her body to feel cold. Was Gu Changa really planning to kill her here? She did not dare to believe it. "Don't worry, I won't kill you. You're still useful to me." Gu Changa smiled. As if he felt her fear, he waved his hand. The space in front of them seemed to be separated. A vast and supreme aura turned into a hazy fog, covering all directions. This scene caused Tang Wan's expression to change. She knew that this was the magical use of a space divine ability. It involved the extremely profound space law. Even those old monsters who studied this path painstakingly could not reach this level. Gu Changa actually separated an independent space with a wave of his hand. This kind of method caused a storm to rise in her heart. Unless she could break this kind of rule, otherwise what happened here would definitely not be discovered by the outside world. "So you were the one who planned all of this behind my back?" "Why? How did you know? Tang Wan's mouth revealed a bitter smile. She really did not expect to meet Gu Chang'e in the end. She originally thought that she was careful enough when she helped Chu Hao. However, Gu Chang'e still found out about it and took action in advance. Now what? Is your relationship with Chu Hao? Or are you planning to deal with me together with Chu Hao? Gu Chang'e smiled casually, showing that he did not care. As a leak, you should have the awareness of a leak. There's no need to know too much. A pitch-black light appeared in his palm. In the end, it turned into a palm-sized bottle. There was a terrifying fog surrounding it. It was as if millions of demons were dancing together, causing chaos in the heavens. Just one look was enough to make one's heart palpitate. Chapter 299. Magic Bottle of Speed. The moment she saw the small black bottle, Inmei's expression couldn't help but change slightly. She immediately recognized it. Even though it had been a long time, she still remembered how terrifying this bottle was and felt her heart palpitate. If she hadn't accidentally seen Gu Chang'e use a forbidden demonic technique in the ruins, she wouldn't have such a deep relationship with Gu Chang'e. Later on, as she revealed her true feelings, Gu Chang'e removed the magic bottle of speed. However, that uncontrollable fear still remained in the depths of her soul and could not be erased. The terrifying thing about the magic bottle of speed was that it was impossible to guard against. As long as one's mind relaxed, it was very likely that they would be affected. Moreover, the degree to which it controlled one's mind was unfathomable. Even the old monsters who had the deepest understanding of the divine soul would not be able to detect anything. Even if they did, they would not be able to remove it. The only result was that one's divine soul would be destroyed. It seems that master plans to directly control Tang Wan. However, Tang Wan has a strong personality and will not easily submit. Could it be that master plans to kill Tang Wan here? Or does he have other motives? A thought flashed through Inmei's mind. She was curious about what Gu Chang'e was going to do. Well, the magic bottle of speed spewed out a terrifying light. It was hazy and black, as if there was a great Tao interweaving. Gu Chang'e, what are you planning to do? My family knows that I came here today. If something happens to me, do you think Inmei won't be suspected? Seeing this scene, Tang Wan couldn't help but ask. Although she felt uneasy, even her divine soul couldn't help but tremble. After all, the bone-chilling cold had swept through her entire body. With her innate ability to foresee good and bad things, it was equivalent to being magnified hundreds of times. However, she still forced herself to remain calm. She knew that she couldn't panic at this time. The more she panicked, the more it would seem that she had no strength to resist. Look at how scared you are. I'm not a scourge. Gu Chang'e casually smiled. The black light in his palm became denser and denser, as if it was the source of darkness that devoured everything in the world. This is only a small bottle. Why do you look like you're facing a great enemy? But I like the way you struggle in despair. The more you struggle, the faster you'll die when I stomp down. Although he was smiling casually, his words made Tang Wan's face turn pale and her limbs turn cold. She wasn't sure if she could break through Gu Chang'e's space and send out a message for help even if she used her strongest technique. But the only thing that was certain was that Gu Chang'e's true face, which was hidden under his usual gentle appearance, was absolutely terrifying. From scheming against her younger brother to scheming against her, everything seemed to be perfect to her. She couldn't find a single flaw in the plan, because Gu Chang'e had even calculated all of her thoughts. Just how terrifyingly shrewd was he? Even the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan called him master? What exactly had happened? No one had ever heard of such a thing before. What else was Gu Chang'e hiding? Gu Chang'e, what are you trying to do? Logically speaking, we have no enmity between us. The two of us have never met before. Is there some kind of misunderstanding? If there's a misunderstanding, it can be solved. I can swear on my Taoist heart that I won't tell anyone about what happened today. I can promise you anything you want as long as I have it. Tang Wan tried to calm herself down. She planned to use her usual methods to calm Gu Changa down. After all, no matter how powerful Gu Changa's methods were, he was just a young man. She had been in the business alliance for hundreds of years and was confident that she had a good grasp of people's minds. At this moment, as long as Gu Changa's goal was satisfied, he wouldn't do anything risky, like killing her. Logically speaking, we have no enmity between us. But you're secretly helping Chu how to deal with me? As for what you have, do you think I need it? It seems like you're similar to Chu Hao. Both of you are so self-righteous. Gu Changa smiled, faintly with contempt and indifference. Tang Wan was the one who wanted to secretly help Chu how to deal with him. Now, she was saying that they had no enmity between them. Tisa. Tang Wan was stunned. She didn't expect Gu Changa to say that. He directly said that she was self-righteous. Her expression turned ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, "Then what's your goal?" "Open your mind and let me plant the slave imprint. Of course, you can choose to reject me. However, your brother might die today. You can take a gamble and see if I'll kill him or not." Gu Changa was still smiling casually. The devil's bottle of passage in his hand was still emitting a terrifying black light. It seemed like it could drag all living things into eternal darkness. "Gu Changa, if you kill my brother, the Tang family behind me won't let this go. Also, do you really think that my brother means a lot to me? You should know that what you're doing now can't be made public. Even if you have the longevity Gu family behind you, you can't be so reckless," Tang once said coldly. She seemed to have expected that Gu Changa would use her brother's safety to threaten her. Instead, she was unusually calm. However, Gu Changa wasn't surprised at all. He continued to smile faintly. "No, I'm just giving an example. After all, I can use another method. I don't need to kill your brother. However, I can control him and let him return to the Tang family safely. From then on, he'll turn over a new leaf and become stronger. I can even help him and let him take over the Tang family. Then, one day, when everyone in the Tang family is celebrating, I'll let him kill your parents, your grandfather, and all your relatives. What do you think of this method?" "I think it's quite interesting." "Gu Changa, how can you be so despicable and shameless?" Hearing this, Tang Wan's expression couldn't help but change. She felt a terrifying chill spread from her spine to her skull. She couldn't help but tremble. How could this be something a young prodigy should say? He was so sinister and despicable, yet he said it so calmly, as if he was telling the truth. She couldn't help but think along with Gu Changa's words. That scene made her shudder uncontrollably. Her entire body was cold, and she was terrified to the extreme. Now, she could ignore Tang Tian, but she couldn't ignore her family and parents. "I'm just giving an example. As for whether it will happen in the end, it's not up to me to decide." Gu Changa smiled. "Now I'll give you a choice. However, my patience has never been good. Sacrifice yourself to save your entire family? Or do you plan to commit suicide and let your entire family accompany you?" "Gu Changa, I'll fight out with you." Tang Wan was furious. Her expression was filled with hatred. Gu Changa's words seemed to have ignited her last bit of rationality. Boom! A dazzling light appeared on her body. It was like a painting appearing in the air. Mountains, rivers, insects, fish, and all kinds of people seemed to be coming to life. The laws of the Saint Realm condensed on these scenes. It was terrifying and dazzling, as if it wanted to break through this space. An ancient light gray brush was being activated by Tang Wan. It bloomed with dazzling light, as if it wanted to shatter everything. It seemed like an ancient existence was about to awaken. The two words, Heaven's Secret, were arranged in the air like stars. Some kind of consciousness was about to awaken. It was even more dazzling. At this moment, the power she displayed was close to the level of a quasi-supreme. One had to know that Tang Wan's cultivation was only at the Saint Realm. Do you really think you can break free? However, Guchanga still had a faint smile on his face. He didn't seem to care at all. Suddenly, he slammed his palm forward. The terrifying power of the void instantly caused the nearby space to collapse. Even the power of the rules was distorted. This tyrannical power was simply unstoppable. It instantly tore apart the scenes that Tang Wan had condensed. The heavens' secret brush wailed. Some of the patterns on it were even worn away. It fell to the ground. Peerlessly powerful. This palm didn't stop. It was still pressing down. Puff! Tang Wan was in disbelief. She couldn't avoid it. With a groan, she flew backward while spitting out blood. The terrifying palm print slammed down, almost causing her body to collapse. If it wasn't for the fact that Guchanga didn't want to kill her, the moment this palm fell, it was enough to make her explode. Then, the misty space that Guchanga had created just now spread out in all directions with a single thought from him. Not only did it not weaken, it became more and more stable. It was indestructible. Can't you recognize reality now? Guchanga's voice still didn't have much emotion. He pressed his palm down again. Tang Wan coughed out blood again. Many of her bones were broken. She could barely stand. Guchanga, just kill me. I won't agree to your request. Although Tang Wan was in despair, she still didn't want to surrender. She would rather die than let Guchanga plant a slave imprint. At that time, she would definitely be asked by Guchanga to deal with Chu Hao. Seems like you think that I won't do anything to the Tang family? Guchanga smiled. You have to think carefully. If you die here, the Tang family will take revenge on the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. All of your relatives will accompany you in the future. I only need to say one sentence, and your so-called friends won't dare to help you. Do you think there's hope for revenge? You! Tang Wan gritted her teeth. In the next moment, her eyes suddenly opened. Her face was pale. Guchanga waved his hand. Tang Tian, who had fainted, was caught by him. Seems like this brother of yours is still useful. Guchanga said casually. His palm reached for Tang Tian's glabella and passed through it easily. The soul was caught by him and could be crushed at any time. Do you think that if I use a little more strength, he will become a fool or die directly? Guchanga said with a smile. Looking at his smile, Tang Wan felt chills all over her body. Her heart was filled with sadness, despair, hatred, and pain. In the end, it turned into unwillingness. She gritted her teeth and said, Let go of my brother. I promise you, but you have to swear on your Tao heart and promise me one thing. Otherwise, I won't promise you even if my family dies with me. Guchanga smiled and interrupted her. No problem. You just don't kill Chu Hao, right? That's easy. I, Guchanga, swear on my Tao heart today. If I break this oath, my Tao heart will collapse and I will go berserk. I will be destroyed by the heavens. What do you think? Tang Wan saw that Guchanga swore so quickly without hesitation. She was stunned and could not believe it. Her instincts told her that this matter was not so simple, but she could not find any loopholes. Swearing on one's Tao heart is the biggest oath a cultivator can make. No one will cut off their future. Even the existence of the immortal path cannot break it. Guchanga is no exception. Thinking of this, Tang Wan more or less heaved a sigh of relief, but her heart was filled with sadness and pain. Brother Hao, I'm sorry. I had no choice. Forgive me. Tang Wan let go of her mind unwillingly. Guchanga smiled meaningfully and waved his hand. Buzz! Almost instantly, the devil's bottle turned into a ray of black light and disappeared without a trace. Tang Wan did not even feel a trace of fluctuation. This made her heart palpitate. Such a slave seal technique was unheard of. In a trance, she saw an ancient, indescribable deity sitting upright in her sea of consciousness in the midst of the surging gray fog. If one looked at it too much, they would go crazy and lose themselves in it. What technique is this? She could not help but feel fear. Facing Gu Changa, she only had a feeling of respect for him. She did not dare to disobey his words. "Greetings, master." But soon, Tang Wan's expression gradually calmed down. She did not look much different from usual, but there were stormy waves in her heart. This kind of change was really too fast. Tang Wan could not believe it. Clearly, this was not what she thought in her heart, but her actions showed another kind of reaction. She never thought that she would call Gu Changa master, but she could not help but blurt it out. "Son of Destiny, this surprise is finally prepared for you." Gu Changa's mouth was a little playful, and then he no longer cared about Tang Wan in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the misty space in front of him suddenly shattered like a mirror and appeared in the outside world. In the courtyard, the tea had not yet cooled down and was still steaming. Tang Wan's expression was very complicated. Her body was stained with blood, and her injuries were very serious. Even if Gu Changa did not want to kill her, just that palm just now was enough for her to suffer. "Master, what should we do with Tang Tian?" Yin Mei asked. "Return her to the Tang family. After all, we are reasonable people." Gu Changa smiled. Tang Wan did not dare to say anything. Then Gu Changa looked at Tang Wan and said with a smile, "Don't worry. I don't have any bad intentions. It's just that Chu Hao wants to deal with me, so he needs to prepare in advance. As long as he is obedient and does not provoke me, he will be fine as the so-called Vermilion Bird Prince. You are his childhood sweetheart, and he doesn't know about all this. I won't tell him either. Don't you think this is a good thing for everyone?" Tang Wan was stunned when she heard this. She thought carefully about what Gu Changa said, and it seemed to make sense. As long as Chu Hao did not provoke Gu Changa, and the conflict between Gu Changa and Chu Hao was not to the point of life and death. At that time, Chu Hao was humiliated by Gu Changa in front of everyone's eyes. This kind of thing. If she advised, maybe Chu Hao would bear with it, and it would be over. If he still wanted to deal with Gu Changa, he would inevitably be killed by Gu Changa in the end. Chu Hao would not be able to win against Gu Changa. Tang Wan had deeply experienced the horror of Gu Changa's methods. However, she was not sure if Gu Changa really did not have any other plans for Chu Hao, or was it just because of the conflict in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. All right, it's about time for me to leave. The calamity of absolute Yin is still waiting for me to solve it. After that, Gu Changa told Yin Mei a few more things and did not continue to stay here. He left the rest of the cleaning up to Yin Mei. He was very assured. During this period of time, Gu Changa was not in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. As time passed, it was inevitable that people would suspect. All in all, today's matter went smoothly, and Gu Changa was pleasantly surprised. This was because he realized that Tang Wan's appearance was more than 80% similar to the Taoist companion of Qin Wuya, the Taoist companion of his eldest senior brother, who came from the return of the 9 heavens. At that time, in the image given by the system, the only 4 people who showed up in the boundless Tao sect were Heavenly Lord Ziyang's previous life, Gu Xian'er's previous life, Qin Wuya's master, and Taoist companion. Gu Changa remembered very clearly. He was not very sure if Tang Wan was the reincarnation of that eldest senior brother's Taoist companion. Speaking of which, Tang Wan had quite a lot of fate points. However, compared to the real daughter of fate, she was still very far away. However, with this layer of similarity, it was convenient for him to plan many things. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much time talking. With Tang Wan's personality, if she did not let go of her mind, the devil bottle of speed would most likely fail. Although it was troublesome, the benefits were huge. Gu Changa had already predicted the following situation. 2 children of fate fighting? No, it's 2 chives fighting each other, and I'm waiting to watch the show from the sidelines. This is more than wonderful. He did not choose to return through the teleportation formation. Instead, he hurried through the void. With his current speed, in this area he could travel 1,000,000 miles in a flash. It would not take long at all. Next door. Chapter 300. In Mei, what is the relationship between you and Gu Changa? On the other side, not long after Gu Changa left, Tang Wan also breathed a sigh of relief. The incomparable pressure from before had finally disappeared. She felt as if she had just been fished out of ice water, and her hands and feet were still cold. This feeling made her heart palpitate and was unforgettable. So much so that in front of Gu Changa, she didn't dare to speak casually, for fear that she would accidentally call him master. But at this moment, she couldn't help but ask In Mei. She knew that now she and In Mei were grasshoppers on the same rope. Tang Wan subconsciously felt that In Mei should be like her. For some reason, she was forced by Gu Changa. In the end, she had no choice but to submit and let him plant the slave mark. Just now, she was worried that Gu Changa would make her do something that she was unwilling to but unable to refuse because of the slave mark. But Gu Changa didn't and directly chose to leave. This more or less made Tang Wan breathe a sigh of relief. I am master servant. What does this have to do with anything? Hearing this, In Mei smiled casually. There was a faint smile on her flawless face. It was very moving. She witnessed the whole process of Gu Changa forcing Tang Wan. Gu Changa didn't ask her to retreat, which showed that he was very assured of her. This made In Mei very happy. She was in a good mood, and the foxtail behind her couldn't help but sway gently. You are the heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan. Don't you think it's shameful for you to say such words? Tang Wan was shocked. She either felt that In Mei was teasing her, or felt that the slave mark on In Mei was more terrifying than the one on her. What is there to be ashamed of? In private, I am master servant. I am very happy that master has time to visit me. In Mei knew what Tang Wan was thinking in her heart. She said so with a smile and looked very happy. You're crazy. Tang Wan's expression was a little ugly. She had planned to privately think of a way to work with In Mei to remove the slave seal on them. But In Mei's behavior left her speechless. Also, let me tell Miss Wan one more thing. I don't have a slave imprint on me. In Mei said with a smile. Impossible. Did you do it willingly? Tang Wan was shocked again. She couldn't believe it. Without a slave seal? Why did In Mei call Gu Changa that way? However, In Mei did not choose to answer her. She had already left the courtyard. However, this action already gave Tang Wan an answer. She couldn't help but shudder. How many more tricks does Gu Changa have up his sleeve? However, she soon calmed down and regained her usual calmness. In order to prevent himself from noticing anything unusual, Tang Wan purposely waited until her injuries were healed before leaving the courtyard with the unconscious Tang Tian. A group of Tang family experts were waiting outside. They were anxious and uneasy. Seeing Tang Wan bring Tang Tian out of the courtyard without any problems, they couldn't help but sigh in relief. Miss, is young Master Tang Tian okay? An absolute saint cultivator couldn't help but ask. He was a servant of the Tang family. He was tall and had a glow around him. He was loyal and devoted. He's fine. He might be unconscious for a while, Tang Wan said. Tang Wan said. At that time, Gu Changa took out Tang Tian's divine soul. Although she didn't do anything, it was more or less affected. That's good. The servant heaved a sigh of relief. Then he couldn't help but ask, Miss, did you agree to several conditions this time before she let him go? This is too much. She's going too far. That's right. Since young Master Tang Tian is fine now, why don't we kill them and let them know that we're not easy to bully? The rest of the Tang family experts echoed. They were filled with righteous indignation and felt humiliated. Tang Wan waved her hand and said, There's no need. Today's matter is settled. There's no need to mention it in the future. Bring Tang Tian back to the family and tell my grandfather that I'll be in the ancient kingdom of Suzaku for a while. Since the family didn't believe her this time, there was no need for her to hide. She might as well tell them everything. Yes, Mississippi, Everyone received the order and left quickly with Tang Tian without hesitation. Tang Wan looked in the direction of the ancient kingdom of Siliku and sighed in her heart. Because of the slave seal, she couldn't betray Gu Changa or harm Gu Changa's interests. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't do it. The conflict between Tang Tian and Yin Mei was finally resolved because of Tang Wan's intervention. Many cultivators who wanted to watch the show were disappointed in the end. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Tang Wan must have agreed to some conditions of the heavenly maiden Yin Mei in the end. The small conflict within the business alliance of 10,000 Daos soon calmed down like a ripple in the ocean. Not many people would mention it. A few days later, in the Tang family's mansion, Tang Tian, who was unconscious, finally opened his eyes. However, if someone took a closer look, they would see a faint, golden pattern in the depths of his eyes. Ouch, my head hurts. Damn it, that Yin Mei ordered someone to knock me out. Tang Tian held his head in pain. However, this pain came and went very quickly. What's this? Tang Tian was suddenly shocked. He realized that there seemed to be more memories in his mind. It was as if he had encountered something while he was unconscious. However, the images were very messy and blurry, as if they contained some kind of ultimate mystery. He could vaguely see a boundless world. There were palaces and pavilions in the world. Even the heavenly gate seemed to have been opened for eternity. Misfortune and fortune come hand in hand. Could it be that after this dangerous encounter, my opportunity has come? Tang Tian was very excited. He had heard a lot of such stories about heroes. He had also heard of stories like this where one suddenly learned a supreme divine power after falling into a coma. However, he never thought that it would happen to him one day. No, this secret can't be known by others. Tang Tian tried his best to control his emotions and remained calm. He did not dare to make such a thing public. Although he was a playboy, it did not mean that he was stupid. Along with the ancient and mysterious images, he realized that there seemed to be an additional chant in his mind. What was the wedding dress? He knew nothing about the obscure ancient words, but it did not stop him from knowing how powerful the chant was. Young master, you're back? Deep in the palace of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, a woman in white stood outside the palace. Her hair was soft and smooth, and her face was fair and shiny. She looked obedient and quiet. She was Ji Qingxian, who had been waiting for Gu Changa for a few days. In terms of appearance, there was no difference between her and Su Qingga. The only difference was their personalities. Ji Qingxian was slightly gloomier and colder, while Su Qingga was more quiet and elegant. Gu Changa nodded and answered casually, "You're back. Did anything happen in the ancient kingdom of Phoenix?" Ji Qingxian shook her head and said, "Nothing. Young master went to deal with the absolute Yin calamity. The ancient kingdom of Phoenix is peaceful. However, something happened in the Black Tortoise ancient kingdom, which is not far from the ancient kingdom of Phoenix." "Oh, Black Tortoise ancient kingdom? Isn't that where Lord of Purple Sun and Six Crown King went?" Gu Changa looked surprised. In fact, when Ji Qingxian said it, he had already guessed that Su Qingga, as the inheritor of demonic arts, would be looking for a target. To her, the best place was actually the Purple Sun Lord's place. Lord of Purple Sun and Gu Changa had a grudge against each other. The first person that Su Qingga wanted to deal with would be Lord of Purple Sunday. Even if she couldn't kill him, she would give him some trouble. Yes, something happened to a few of them. Their origins were all devoured. It seems that the inheritor of demonic arts is hiding in their team. Ji Qingxian nodded and stared at Gu Changa with her bright eyes. It seems to be an eventful time. I hope Lord of Purple Sun and the others are fine. Gu Changa smiled and soon forgot about this matter. Speaking of which, it was time for him to deal with Ying Shuang, who was in Lord of Purple Sun's team. Ying Shuang, the child of luck, had been left alone for so long. It was time for him to harvest her. Of course, before that, he still needed Ying Shuang to do something for him. After that, Gu Changa returned to the palace and used the communication talisman to ask Jiang Chu about the source of the absolute Yin disaster. The absolute Yin origin that he longed for was still waiting for Jiang Chu to find it for him. However, even though Jiang Chu answered him through the communication talisman, he was not polite. "I didn't find it." His answer was concise and to the point. Gu Changa smiled and quickly threw the message talisman aside, not caring much about it. In a region far away from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, gray fog filled the sky. Many creatures of the absolute Yin calamity were wreaking havoc here. The cities and tribes along the way had been turned into ashes. Jiang Chu stood in the sky. Celestial light floated in the dust and bone words flashed. They turned into terrifying Taoist swords and fell from all directions. Many creatures of the absolute Yin calamity died tragically. No one survived. Unlike Gu Changa, who said that he was going to solve the absolute Yin calamity, he didn't move at all. Jiang Chu went straight to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird from the first day he arrived. He planned to clean up the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity and find the source of the outbreak. At this moment, she stared at the communication talisman with a faint expectation. But after a long time, she still didn't hear from Gu Changa. That made the expression in her eyes darken a lot. But soon, she returned to normal. But the movement of her hands became more and more fierce and terrifying. The Taoist swords turned into thousands of Taoist swords and fell from the sky. It seemed that she had mistaken the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity in front of her as Gu Changa. But in the next moment, she felt that the communication talisman in her hand seemed to light up. Jiang Chu stopped killing the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity for a moment. She looked at the communication talisman with a puzzled look. Then, she heard Gu Changa's voice. "Be careful." It was also concise and to the point. Jiang Chu was stunned. She wondered if she had heard it wrong. He actually cared about her? She listened again. Yes, it was the voice of Gu Changa, that annoying, despicable, and shameless bastard. Jiang Chu felt her heart suddenly beat very fast. That sudden surprise caught her off guard. "Yes." "In the end," she replied softly, but her eyes seemed to be sparkling as if starlight had fallen into them. "It's all thanks to you, however. If it weren't for you, the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix would have been destroyed." In the royal palace, the King of Phoenix said with an emotional expression. His words were full of regret. Now, all the ancient kingdoms were in chaos. Who would have thought that the ancient kingdom of Phoenix, which was slightly weaker, would be the first to solve the crisis? Of course, it didn't mean that the absolute Yin calamity was solved. But it was no longer as urgent and uneasy as it was in the first few days. They were afraid that the creatures of the absolute Yin calamity would come and destroy the entire ancient kingdom of Phoenix. "Father, you're too kind. It's what I should do." Chu Hao waved his hand and said with a calm expression, "You still have to thank us." "How?" You've exhausted a lot in the past few days. Rest well," the King of Phoenix said with a smile. He was in a good mood. Chu Hao nodded. He was in a good mood too. Although he had been stopping the absolute Yin calamity outside the ancient kingdom of Phoenix for the past few days, he had also been paying attention to the reclusive Wang family and the most supreme cave. Wang Zhao's death had infuriated the Wang family. But in this matter, Chu Hao didn't hesitate to offend Gu Changa to protect Wang Zhao. That made the Wang family speechless. They couldn't find anything to blame, but they didn't dare to express any gratitude to Chu Hao. Moreover, there were even people in the Wang family who spread the word that Wang Zhao deserved it, and that his death was not to be regretted. Such an act of burning the bridge after crossing the river made Chu Hao angry, but there was nothing he could do. Gu Changa's background was too terrifying. Even the reclusive Wang family was very wary and didn't dare to have any thoughts of revenge. Chu Hao even learned that there were cultivators from the Wang family who planned to capture him and bring him to Guchanga as an apology. If it weren't for the intervention of the most supreme cave, there might have been cultivators from the Wang family who came. As for whether or not they could capture him, it didn't matter. What mattered was their attitude. Those things made Chu Hao even more angry and sullen. He almost pointed at the Wang family and scolded them for being shameless. In the end, it was his own wishful thinking. However, in this matter, the most supreme cave in his body showed an incomparably tough attitude. His sect even sent a message to Chu Hao, telling him not to worry. The most supreme cave's eldest senior brother was not weaker than anyone. After receiving this news, Chu Hao also became more excited. My king! The group of geniuses from the Immortal Academy played a big role in resolving this disaster. I saw that they were very brave and fearless. They blocked many creatures in the east. At this time, an old eunuch beside the Vermilion Bird King couldn't help but laugh. However, as soon as he said that, the Vermilion Bird King's expression changed. He was a little angry. He waved his hand and said, "Don't mention them in front of me." He still couldn't forget what Guchanga did that day. Now that the people in front of him were his confidants, there was no need to show respect. Do you really think they are so kind? It's just that the more creatures they kill, the more points they get, and the better it is for them. The Vermilion Bird King said with a cold smile. But they did solve a lot of problems for the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom. They killed many creatures and prevented the kingdom from falling again. The old eunuch was a little stunned. Then he explained. Humph! The Vermilion Bird King snorted. So what? Even without them, how can still solve this disaster? Because of Guchanga, he already had no good feelings for this group of geniuses. If it weren't for the Immortal Academy's trial, would these geniuses come here? This is their mission. Even if the Vermilion Bird Ancient Kingdom was another ancient kingdom, it would be the same to them. So, uniquely, you don't have to worry too much. This time, even if Guchanga led so many geniuses, the number of creatures he killed was less than me. Chu Hao also smiled warmly and explained, So, actually father is right. Even without them, I can solve this problem by myself. As he was talking, the voice of a guard came from outside the palace. Third Prince, Miss One requests an audience. 1 hour. Chu Hao was stunned. Then he was overjoyed. He ignored the Vermilion Bird King beside him and went to welcome her. At the entrance of the palace, Tang Wan stood there with a smile on her face. Her clothes were fluttering in the wind. How come you have time to come here today? Chu Hao asked with a smile. I just solved a problem recently, so I have some time, Tang Wan said with a smile. I know. It's about your brother, Tang Tian, right? Chu Hao had heard about this before. In his opinion, Tang Wan must have been schemed against by the so-called Heavenly Lady of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. The problem has been solved. Tang Wan smiled and did not mention it. That's good. If you have been wronged, you must tell me, Chu Hao said. Tang Wan was stunned. Guchanga's figure suddenly appeared in her mind. She could not help but feel fear in her heart and did not dare to say anything. She waved her hand and said, Brother Chu Hao, don't worry. I haven't been wronged. That's good. Actually, I have something to discuss with Brother Chu Hao. Tang Wan chose her words carefully. Oh, what is it? Is it about dealing with Guchanga? Chu Hao asked. He still had the jade slip that Tang Wan gave him previously. It clearly listed the various Sky Prides who had a grudge against Guchanga and had conflicts with him. He subconsciously thought that Tang Wan was here to help him. He could not help but feel warm in his heart. Hearing that, Tang Wan suddenly sighed and said, It's indeed about Guchanga. Brother Chu Hao, I think you should bear with it for a while and wait for this matter to pass. Guchanga is too powerful. I'm worried that you— What? However, she was interrupted by Chu Hao before she could finish her sentence. He was in disbelief. Wonder what happened. Why did you suddenly say that? Could it be that the Tang clan behind you is pressuring you? Tang, Wan did not have such an attitude a while ago. Or did she hear something? Tang Wan stared at him and said helplessly in the end, Brother Chu Hao, you can't win against Gu Chang'e now. A wise man doesn't eat what's in front of him. Can you listen to me? Why don't you bear with the humiliation this time? She did not know how to say it. Gu Chang'e meant that as long as Chu Hao did not provoke or obstruct him, he could not be bothered. In other words, Chu Hao only had to bear with it for a while and it would pass. Chu Hao did not have any advantage in front of Gu Chang'e. Chapter 301. Outside the palace. Tang Wan stood there with a worried look on her face. She was persuading Chu Hao. Her dress was fluttering, and her snow-white skin was glowing. Chu Hao was stunned when he heard that. He could not react for a while. Tang Wan actually advised him to bear with it and let this matter pass. He really didn't believe that this sentence would come from Tang Wan's mouth. She even said confidently that as long as they worked together with Gu Chang'e's enemies, they could find a way to wash away the humiliation. Although Chu Hao was proud, it did not mean that he was stupid. He knew how to bear with it. He would not be reckless when facing an enemy that he could not defeat. Although Gu Chang'e had a strong background, it was not to the extent that he would choose to retreat. In terms of cultivation, he would soon reach the supreme realm. Even if Gu Chang'e could use a supreme weapon, he was still a young junior. He was not a match for Chu Hao at all. If it was an ordinary man, he would be angry when he heard what his childhood friend said. However, Chu Hao was not. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. He calmed down quickly and did not suspect Tang Wan's motive. He knew Tang Wan's character very well. He knew that she would not harm him. He must have received some kind of news. You must have a reason for saying that. You know my character. It's okay if you ask me to bear with it, but you must tell me the reason. He took a deep breath and looked at Tang Wan with a clear gaze. During this period of time, he was not in the Vermilion Bird Palace. He was not sure what happened to Tang Wan. Could it be that Gu Chang'e sensed something and forced her? However, during this period of time, Gu Chang'e was also in the land of absolute calamity. He was leading the geniuses of the Immortal Academy to kill the absolute living beings. Where did he get the time? So what was the reason? Tang Wan sighed. She stood there with all kinds of thoughts in her mind. She could not tell Chu Hao about Gu Chang'e. She told Chu Hao so straightforwardly because she knew him very well. She was not worried that he would misunderstand or get angry. Brother Chu Hao, you have to believe me. I won't harm you. After you deal with the absolute calamity, you should return to the sect and hide for a while. As long as you don't provoke Gu Chang'e, he shouldn't take the initiative to attack you, said Tang Wan. What the hell is going on? You can't even tell me? Chu Hao was puzzled. Tang Wan shook her head and smiled bitterly. Brother Chu Hao, you have to believe me. As for the reason, I can't tell you now. Chu Hao fell silent when he heard that. He thought of the business alliance of 10,000 Dao behind Tang Wan. Could it be that the business alliance of 10,000 Dao had noticed what she had done? After that, he warned Tang Wan. After all, offending Gu Chang'e would not benefit the business alliance at all. At the thought of this, Chu Hao nodded. I know. I understand. But don't worry, Wan. I will soon become the next mansion master of the Most High Grotto Heaven. At that time, the forces behind you won't be able to force you to do anything. He clenched his fists tightly. He had a great ambition in his heart. The ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird was on the decline. It was only because it was weak that it was pressured by the various orthodoxies. After that, he would establish the supreme celestial dynasty. The 9 heavens would worship him, and he would rule the heavens. Somehow, as if it had sensed Chu Hao's great ambition, his 9th heaven quasi-supreme spirit suddenly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Chu Hao was able to see a vague sign from it. What's this? Chu Hao was a little shocked. He saw that there seemed to be a ring of mysterious light appearing above his godly soul. Then the mysterious light turned into a small and weak sparrow. He witnessed the rise of the weak sparrow with his own eyes. It grew stronger step by step until it turned into a python. It was planning to turn into a dragon and soar into the 9 heavens. Chu Hao felt like he had become the little sparrow. He was witnessing its growth with his own eyes. One day, even the sparrow could turn into a dragon and soar into the sky. What's going on? This emotion. Could it be that it's asking me for help? Suddenly, Chu Hao was stunned. His eyes widened as he thought he had sensed wrongly. He saw the sparrow's eyes. The pleading and crying for help in its eyes made Chu Hao's heart palpitate. How can I save you? He could not help but ask. However, in the next moment, Chu Hao was stunned. A terrifying bloody light bloomed in front of him. He saw a boundless black saber fall. The head of the little sparrow that was about to turn into a dragon was directly cut off from the middle. Blood spurted out like a fountain. At the moment when it dissipated, there were still traces of fear and despair in the sparrow's eyes. Vaguely, he saw the vague figure of a young man through the sparrow's eyes. Although the young man had a smile on his face and was as warm as the wind, there was no warmth in his eyes. Gu Chang'e. What does this mean? Chu Hao's scalp went numb. He had a feeling that the sparrow was closely related to him. Somehow, something very important was slipping away from him quickly. Could it be that his greatest enemy was destined to be Gu Chang'e? Brother Hao, what happened to you just now? Soon, Tang Wan's voice made Chu Hao recover from his shock. He looked at Tang Wan and did not know what to say for a moment. Brother Hao, you should think about it carefully. I'll take my leave first. Seeing this, Tang Wan sighed. She knew that it was up to Chu Hao to decide. It was difficult for her to influence his choice. After that, Tang Wan left directly. However, unlike before, she did not need to use the spatial instrument to leave. Instead, she left directly from the palace's main gate. This scene made Chu Hao frown. He was a little confused. He knew Tang Wan's character very well. She was very cautious when dealing with people. Previously, she was very careful. No matter when she came or left, she would use the spatial instrument. She did not use the palace's main gate because she was worried that Gu Chang'e's people would notice her. It was impossible that she did not notice this because of her carelessness. This could only mean that Tang Wan felt that there was no need to be secretive and she could meet him openly. What's going on? Wan'er was so secretive today. She looked as if she had some difficulties and she was unwilling to tell me. Chu Hao had a bad feeling in his heart as he thought to himself. In the next moment, he suddenly made up his mind. With his cultivation at the quasi-supreme realm, Tang Wan would not notice that he was following her secretly. If it was in the past with Chu Hao's character, he would not do such a thing. However, Tang Wan's behavior today made him feel very uneasy. It was obvious that she was hiding something from him and she was unwilling to tell him. I'm sorry, Wan'er. I'm doing this for your own good. Virum. As he thought of this, Chu Hao regained his composure. He took a step forward and disappeared into the void. He followed closely behind Tang Wan. However, what made Chu Hao feel slightly relieved was that Tang Wan did not go anywhere else after leaving the palace. Instead, she returned to the commercial building, which was the business of the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Daos. Could it be that I'm wrong? Chu Hao heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave, his expression froze. The figure that was hiding in the void could not be hidden anymore. This was because when he scanned the area with his divine thought, he realized that Tang Wan had left through the back door of the commercial building and was heading in another direction. There were many pavilions and palaces there, and they looked extremely majestic. It was the temporary residence of the supreme talents from the Immortal Academy. When they first arrived, the Emperor of Vermilion Bird Country had specially arranged for them to stay so as not to offend them. Wan'er seems to be in a hurry. She doesn't look good. What's wrong? Why would she come to such a place? Normally, Chu Hao would definitely not come to such a place. This was because he could not stand the arrogant attitude of the group of young supreme talents. However, he had no choice but to step into that area now. With his cultivation at the quasi-supreme realm, Chu Hao did not believe that anyone would be able to discover his tracks easily. How could this be? Why would come here to meet Gu Chang'e? However, Chu Hao's divine thought followed Tang Wan closely. When he saw the figure that he hated the most in the pavilion, he was stunned. His expression changed greatly as he found it hard to believe. After Tang Wan left him, she actually came here to meet Gu Chang'e? Chu Hao was infuriated. He subconsciously wanted to show himself and go forward to question them. However, his rationality told him otherwise. It was not the right time to move yet. Judging from Tang Wan's expression, she must have come here because she had no other choice. Damn it! It must be the family behind Wan, or who forced her to come here to meet Gu Chang'e. Businessmen seek profit. The power and influence behind Gu Chang'e is unimaginable. The Tang family would definitely not give up such a good opportunity. Chu Hao's expression changed rapidly. He quickly figured it out and suppressed his anger. He wanted to see what exactly Tang Wan was hiding. The Uni Pavilion was located deep in the east of the Vermilion Bird Imperial Capital. It was a pavilion built by the Business Alliance of 10,000 Daos. It was usually used to entertain important guests. It was 33 floors high and was not open to the public. It was dazzling and magnificent. At the top floor, when Tang Wan arrived with a complicated expression, Gu Chang'e was writing something with his back facing her. It was as if he did not notice her arrival. However, the lady in white beside Gu Chang'e caught Tang Wan's attention. If it was not for her, the conflict between Gu Chang'e and Chu Hao would not have happened. Her appearance could be said to be a beauty that could bring calamity to a country. Tang Wan did not know why Gu Chang'e was looking for her, so she did not say anything. She really couldn't bring herself to call Gu Chang'e master in front of this woman in white. You don't have to call me that in front of others. However, I thought you would return to the Tang family directly and choose not to show yourself. It seems like you care a lot about Chu Hao. Don't worry, I will keep my word. As long as Chu Hao does not provoke me, I will not bother with him. Otherwise, you should know that it is as easy as stepping on an ant for me to step on him. Gu Chang'e finally spoke. However, he did not turn his head. He was still writing something, and his tone was very casual. He did not care about Chu Hao at all. Tang Wan remained silent. She stood there and did not know what to say. She was more or less relieved that Gu Chang'e did not ask her to call him master directly. It was awkward and humiliating to call him that. Of course, Gu Chang'e was right. If she did not care about Chu Hao, she would not have come to remind him. However, Chu Hao was still hesitating and had not made a decision. What does Gu Chang'e mean? Where did he get the confidence to step on me? Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, naturally heard these words as well. Instantly, anger rose in his heart. Since when had he, who was proud and unyielding, been looked down upon like this? However, Tang Wan did not defend him at all. However, he also knew why Tang Wan advised him to bear with it. Although Tang Wan had good intentions, Chu Hao still felt uncomfortable in his heart. Asking for fresh flowers, why did she feel that he could not win against Gu Chang'e? Why did he have to bear with it? It seems that is really being pressured by her family. I wonder what kind of role Gu Chang'e played in this matter. Soon, Chu Hao suppressed his anger. He did not want to alert the enemy. After knowing Tang Wan's difficulties, he was relieved. He was worried that Tang Wan would betray him. The uneasiness he had before was completely gone. Gu Chang'e, are you serious? Inside the pavilion, Tang Wan still did not know that due to her carelessness, Chu Hao had followed her and was currently hiding in the dark. When she heard Gu Chang'e's words, she could not help but feel hopeful. She did not know why Gu Chang'e asked her to come here. However, after thinking about it, what could Gu Chang'e want from Chu Hao? She really could not think of anything. Do you think I need to care about a little Chu Hao? Gu Changa smiled and said casually. She didn't turn around and continued to write her own words. Then I promise to persuade Brother Chu how to let go of this grudge. If possible, it would be best to forget about it with a smile. Tang Wan nodded and said, No need. I am not looking for you for this kind of thing. So what if he has a grudge against me? Do I need to care? Gu Changa interrupted her and smiled faintly. You are a little too full of yourself. Tang Wan's expression froze as she remained silent. After seeing Gu Changa's terrifying means, she understood that he was not lying. Whether it was strength or background, Gu Changa did not need to care about Chu Hao. Gu Changa is too arrogant to have such an attitude. One day, I will definitely make him regret it. Seeing this, Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, had an ugly expression and could not help but clench his fists tightly. If it was not for his strong state of mind, he would have exposed his quasi-supreme aura by now. His heart was burning with anger. Gu Changa's belittling and careless attitude, especially when she said such words in front of Tang Wan, made Chu Hao very sullen and angry. If Gu Changa said that in front of an ordinary person, he would at most smile and think that he was blind and would not take it to heart. However, it was in front of Tang Wan. This made him feel that he was being belittled by Tang Wan. As a man, how could he bear it? However, Chu Hao endured it in the end. He did not want Tang Wan's efforts to go to waste. At this moment, if he suddenly appeared and attacked Gu Changa, not to mention whether he would succeed, the ancient country of Suzaku behind him and the Tang family behind Tang Wan would definitely be in a sea of fire and face a terrifying catastrophe. Gu Changa, why are you looking for me? After hesitating for a while, Tang Wan was confused and asked again. Hearing this, Gu Changa put down the pen in his hand and turned around. He did not answer and just smiled casually. My neck is a little sore after writing for so long. Seeing Tang Wan's expression change slightly, Gu Changa said calmly, the Tang family is not in a good position in the Myriad Daos business alliance now. Tang Wan looked at him in confusion. She did not understand why he suddenly mentioned this. However, Gu Changa did not continue on this topic. Instead, he changed the topic and said, Actually, it's not a big deal. Seeing that you're quite pretty, I just want you to warm my bed tonight. Tang Wan's expression changed immediately. If it was someone else who dared to speak like this, she would have chopped that person into pieces. However, it was Gu Changa, and she was even implanted with a slave seal. She suddenly felt a sense of panic and uneasiness in her heart. Maybe I can consider having a concubine or something in the future. Gu Changa was still smiling calmly. Damn it, Gu Changa! You've gone too far! Hearing this secretly, Chu Hao could not help but feel his face turn green, even though he had cultivated for many years and had a stable state of mind. His murderous aura was boiling, and he was filled with hatred. At this moment, he did not care about the consequences. He was about to move and take Tang Wan away. However, at this moment, Gu Changa opened his mouth again and said calmly, Of course, these are all lies. I'm not interested in you at all. However, it's true that my neck is sore. His smile was somewhat thought-provoking. Hearing this, Chu Hao, who was about to make a move, suddenly stopped. His expression was uncertain and changed a few times. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost broke. He had never hated someone so much before. Tang Wan's expression also changed a few times. She was not stupid. She understood the meaning behind Gu Changa's words. He wanted to humiliate her and make her do the work of a maidservant. Sore neck? How could a cultivator's neck be sore? However, the situation was more powerful than the person. Although she was unwilling, she had to give in. This was because she did not know if what Gu Changa said just now would become true if she angered him. Concubine? If the Tang family behind her heard about this, they would be eager to do so. How hateful! Seeing Tang Wan gritting her teeth and walking towards Gu Changa unwillingly, Chu Hao, who was hiding in the dark, could not stand it any more. His figure disappeared quickly. However, The hatred and grievance in his heart could not be described as just monstrous. He was mad with hatred, witnessing his beloved woman being ordered around like a maidservant in front of Gu Changa with his own eyes, and he did not dare to stop it? Was there anything more humiliating and infuriating in this world? At this moment, Chu Hao wished that he could cut Gu Changa into 1,000 pieces, tear him into 1,000 pieces, grind his bones and scatter his ashes, and destroy his body and soul. Only then could he vent his hatred. 1,000. Chapter 302. Has he left? In the pavilion, Gu Changa smiled when he sensed that Chu Hao's aura had left. He waved his hand and said, "Stop, there's no need for that. You can go back now," he said to Tang Wan, who was stunned. "Miss Wan, you should leave this maid job to me." Ji Qingxian was smart enough to step forward and say with a smile. Seeing Gu Changa's expression, she knew that Gu Changa was not interested in Tang Wan. Tang Wan looked at Gu Changa anxiously. She was at a loss. Boring. However, Gu Changa only shook his head. He had no intention of explaining. At this moment, the system was giving him notifications in his mind. Harvesting destiny points and luck points was a pleasurable process. Of course, he knew that Chu Hao was not in a good mood. He even wanted to kill him. When Tang Wan came to the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, Gu Changa had guessed that she would try to persuade Chu Hao. With Chu Hao's character, he would definitely be suspicious. After that, he would definitely follow her. If that was the case, Gu Changa would just help him and let him understand Tang Wan's good intentions. Of course, Gu Changa was just adding fuel to the fire with the help of others. He wanted to let Chu Hao know that Tang Wan did not betray him. At the same time, he wanted Tang Wan to feel that he had no other intentions towards Chu Hao. That was not difficult at all. As for what happened just now, he just wanted to take the opportunity to disrupt Chu Hao's state of mind. After all, he was the son of fortune. He was just luckier than ordinary people. He had all the flaws that he should have. However, what surprised Gu Changa was that Chu Hao was so tolerant. This allowed him to test Chu Hao's bottom line. Tang Wan was more tolerant than the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird behind him. As long as he did not do anything worse to Tang Wan, Chu Hao would be able to tolerate it. "You're so tolerant," as expected of the green one. Gu Changa could not help but laugh. "Don't worry, I will not tell Chu Hao about what happened today. I don't have that kind of bad taste." Gu Changa then gestured for Tang Wan to leave. As for how Chu Hao would face Tang Wan next, it was not something that he had to consider. There was no need for him to worry. After all, Chu Hao was the son of fate. He was a righteous person. Even if he witnessed everything with his own eyes, would he tell Tang Wan the truth? It was impossible. Chu Hao still had to pretend that he did not know anything. He had to wear the hat of an honest person firmly. Purple Sun, Heaven Monarch, has been jumping around for so long. It's time to make a move on him. After this matter was settled, Gu Changa began to consider the matter of Ziyang Sky Monarch. As the junior brother of the eldest senior brother, Qin Wuya, who had returned from the 9 heavens, he more or less had some use. Moreover, Gu Changa already had a plan to deal with Purple Sun Heaven Monarch from the very beginning. This involved him harvesting another leak. In addition, Su Chinga's recent appearance in Black Tortoise Ancient Country had brought a lot of trouble to Purple Sun Heaven Monarch. In addition, a spy reported that Ziyang Sky Monarch had noticed the traces of the inheritor of demonic arts and had chased her out of the territory of Black Tortoise Ancient Country. This gave Gu Changa the perfect opportunity to make a move. Su Chinga did not let him down at all. Gu Changa was considering if he should treat her better the next time he saw her. The Azure Dragon and Black Tortoise are very close to each other. Coincidentally, Ziyang Sky Monarch is not in Black Tortoise Ancient Country. After that, Gu Changa left again. However, this time he was even more secretive than before. First, he brought many followers to the place where the absolute calamity occurred. Then he went deep into the Black Tortoise Ancient Country alone. Of course, on the way, He would definitely enter the void and choose to return. In this way, almost all the Sky Prides knew that he was leading many followers to kill the living beings of Absolute Een. It was necessary to have such an obvious alibi. Even if no one dared to doubt him, Guchanga liked to arrange everything flawlessly without leaving any loopholes. At the same time, Black Tortoise Ancient Country, which was not far from Vermilion Bird Ancient Country, was not peaceful. Many young Sky Prides were in danger. They were worried and did not dare to act alone. The appearance of the inheritor of demonic arts had already killed several Sky Prides. The way they died was almost the same. Their source energy was completely devoured, and no trace was left behind. All these proved that the inheritor of demonic arts had indeed infiltrated their group. Many young Sky Prides who followed Six Crown King and Ziyang Sky Monarch were regretting. It was needless to say how powerful the inheritor of demonic arts was. That was a ruthless person who could escape unscathed from Guchanga. Even Ziyang Sky Monarch might not be a match for the inheritor of demonic arts. At this moment, in a quiet mansion, immortal chi was faintly discernible and spiritual chi was dense. The artificial mountains and spiritual ponds were almost liquefied. Not far away in the herbal field, there were all kinds of immortal herbs and sacred herbs. Multicolored light intertwined and filled the air. It was exceptionally dazzling. Many auspicious beasts were foraging in the herbal field. Occasionally, they would look up at the gray-robed youth sitting cross-legged on a blue stone not far away. Six Crown King's original name was Jun Yao. After revealing his true appearance, he looked extremely ordinary. Compared to that dazzling, exceptional Sky Pride who suppressed his peers for 6 generations, there was a great difference. Only there were extremely few cultivators who knew his true name, let alone those who saw his true appearance. It was because the Sky Prides of the same generation as him had long disappeared. They either passed away in meditation or were long buried in their past struggles. Even those who survived from that era were all old ancestors of their clans, their seniority incredibly ancient. He was an ancient who did not fit in with this great era. For the sake of becoming number one, he didn't hesitate to seal himself several times, all for the sake of finding the most powerful opponent. In this world, he once again felt battle intent from Guchanga. Dao Brothers said that you were framed? I don't believe these words. Six Crown King said with a faint smile. In front of him, there was an extremely valiant-looking young man standing there. The valiant young man was tall and large, his hair seemingly burning. However, golden symbols flickered within his eyes, making him look like a divine child of the sun. This was Ing Shuang, who had disguised himself and infiltrated Purple Sun Heaven Monarch's group. He originally planned to find an opportunity to find Purple Sun Heaven Monarch and cooperate with him to deal with Guchanga. But now, many young Sky Prides of the Black Tortoise Ancient Country had been secretly harmed by the inheritor of the demonic arts, their source energy being devoured. His plan could not help but be disrupted and come to an end. Ing Shuang also did not know what method Guchanga had used to make a move in the Black Tortoise Ancient Country and throw the blame on him. Logically speaking, Guchanga was currently in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Country. How could he have come to the Black Tortoise Ancient Country to commit murder when many young Sky Prides had met with mishaps? During this period of time, many people had begun to search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. Ing Shuang was not worried. After all, he was not the true inheritor of the demonic arts. With this disguise, he was not afraid of others seeing through it. However, he did not expect that Six Crown King would see through his disguise today and recognize his identity. This caused Ing Shuang to feel uneasy. He had no choice but to brace himself and follow Six Crown King to his residence. Then, what do I have to do to make you believe me? Ing Shuang asked in a low voice, golden runes flickering in his eyes. Even if he was an impostor, he still displayed the dignity of a princing. You said that the true inheritor of the demonic arts is actually Guchanga. What is the evidence? According to my understanding, Guchanga is currently in the Vermilion Bird Ancient Country, although it is not very far from the Black Tortoise Ancient Country. To come here and commit murder? Do you think he can do it? Six Crown King said indifferently. His appearance was very ordinary, but his tone was very calm and confident. There was an unquestionable bearing. I don't know how he did it, but the person who framed me is definitely Guchanga, Ing Shuang said in a low voice. Ing Shuang said in a deep voice. Regarding this point, she had never doubted it. Other than Guchanga, he could not find anyone who would do this to him. Of course, in the absolute Yin battlefield, Guchanga had sent out several great saints to put on a show in front of everyone. From then on, he could not shake off this black pot. Words have no proof. In my opinion, you are the biggest suspect. Six Crown King smiled faintly, appearing incomparably confident. However, don't worry, I won't expose you. As the inheritor of the demonic arts, you better not disappoint me. Right now, you are still too weak and are not my opponent. I hope you can grow to the day when I have the will to fight. After saying this, he waved his hand. Layers of resplendent runes spread out like a rain of light. In the next instant, Ing Shuang's figure disappeared, appearing outside the residence. So strong. This kind of method caused Ing Shuang's expression to change greatly. He was very shocked. This was another monster. His strength was definitely above Purple Sun Sky Monarch's. His mood was somewhat gloomy. After his identity was exposed, he insisted that he was the inheritor of the demonic arts. He did not even give him half a chance to explain. After leaving the residence, Ing Shuang strolled around the streets of the Black Tortoise imperial capital. His expression was not good. He found that Elder Mo no longer cared about him recently. He almost did not appear again. I heard that Purple Sun Sky Monarch has left a search for the inheritor of the demonic arts. If it is really Guchanga, then Purple Sun Sky Monarch might not be able to survive. His expression became more and more serious. In this way, he would have one less partner. Wouldn't the matter of dealing with Guchanga be far away? Suddenly, Ing Shuang's expression changed. At the entrance of the pavilion in front of him, he saw a familiar figure walking in. This caused his mind to tremble. His eyes widened. He did not dare to imagine that he would meet her here. Could this be the so-called fate? Ing Shuang's heart was beating very fast. He remembered the days when he was still a horseboy. If it was not for the pity of the young miss, he would have starved to death on the streets. Compared to the days of fear now, he found that those days were more comfortable. Ing Shuang thought that he would never have a chance to see her again in this life. However, he really did not expect to see her again in the Black Tortoise imperial capital. This must be fate. What a pity. I am now a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to kill. To her, I am a stranger that she has never seen before. Miss Yin Mei was once saved by Guchanga. It seems that she still does not know the true face of Guchanga. I have to find a suitable opportunity to remind her. Ing Shuang thought to himself. He could not help but clench his fists. In the immortal ancient continent, Yin Mei had encountered the inheritor of the demonic arts. In his opinion, this was definitely related to Guchanga. Guchanga had even used this to gain a good reputation. He had even won Yin Mei's admiration. If I go there rashly with Miss Yin Mei's character, she will definitely be suspicious of me. I have to find a suitable method. Ing Shuang sank into contemplation. In the end, he decided to use the simplest method. After all, when he was still feeding Servant Ma, he remembered a lot of Yin Mei's likes and dispositions. He knew what she liked. As long as he used this method, he believed that he could become familiar with Yin Mei. Thinking of this, Ing Shuang walked toward the pavilion in front of him. He wanted to see the reason why Yin Mei came to the Black Tortoise ancient country. Miss, there is a young heaven's pride following you. Hearing the maid's reminder, Yin Mei smiled and waved her hand. Don't worry. Let him follow me. I want to see what his purpose is. Although she said so, she could not help but remember Gu Changa's order. This should be the pitiful scapegoat of Prince-ing. Mei's smile was somewhat pitiful. Of course, in the eyes of others, it was not strange. She seemed to be choosing something with the servant girl beside her. In the ancient Azure Dragon City, the sky was dark. In a stone room, Gu Xian frowned deeply. He was currently studying a bone book in his hands. There were many strange symbols hanging down from it, and they were like small golden suns. They were incomparably brilliant. She muttered to herself in distress. Will this invincible Vajra Dharma body turn a person into that kind of golden bronze statue that looks like it's made of gold? When he thought of what he had become in the end, she couldn't bring herself to practice it. After all, her ethereal image had turned into a golden bronze statue in the blink of an eye. Gu Changa might not even recognize her. Gu Xian couldn't help but sigh. In the end, he could only accept the bone book and give up on practicing. Of course, she definitely wouldn't throw it away. When the time came, she would just casually put it on the ground, and it would attract a large number of cultivators. After all, this was a supreme-level body refining technique. She couldn't figure it out. How did she get such an opportunity in this trial? Instead, it was Qing Xiaoyi's Green Moon Dao incantation that moved Gu Xian a little. She was thinking about how to use this body refining technique in her hands to get her Green Moon Dao incantation. No, it was a trade. Although there were only 3 of them in this trial, it was surprisingly easy. They even found an ancient cultivator's cave abode in the area where the absolute calamity broke out. There were exactly 3 opportunities, and each of them could split one equally, no more and no less. At that time, Gu Xian didn't know that the jade scroll in her hands was a body refining technique. Otherwise, she wouldn't have accepted it even if she was beaten to death. Gu Changa, that guy, said he would come to help, but he's nowhere to be seen. As expected, we can't count on him. Gu Xian muttered softly, thinking of Gu Changa. Although she said that, she also knew that they didn't need Gu Changa's help in this trial. It was ridiculously easy. Because of the geography of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, there were a few other ancient kingdoms in front of them. They had gotten a great deal. But was Gu Changa really going to ignore them? Well, actually she wanted to see Gu Changa, so it was a little boring to stay here. Boom! However, at this time, a terrifying wave suddenly came from outside the stone room. It was like a heavy wave that came crashing in. Even though there was a layer of restrictions in between, Gu Xian could feel it clearly. What's going on? This direction? Could it be where Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng are? Did something happen to them? With no time to think, Gu Xian left the stone room in a flash and rushed towards the direction of the wave. In the sky, Gu Xian only had time to see a blurry figure. It seemed to have opened a space tunnel and was preparing to leave. He was holding an unconscious girl in his hand. It was Qing Xiaoyi. Stop! Put her down! Seeing this, Gu Xian immediately understood everything and shouted coldly. At the same time, she took out a jade sword and slashed it towards the sky. Strange phenomena appeared and sacred runes shone brightly, illuminating the night sky. However, the blurry figure only slapped casually, and a terrifying force pressed down. The runes broke, and the jade sword was sent flying and fell to the ground. The sage state? Gu Xian frowned and took out another instrument. This was a quasi-saint instrument, a battle spear. It shone brightly and brightly, illuminating the sky. Under one attack, the void cracked open, and a terrifying crack spread out. It was a testament to its terrifying power. However, the figure seemed to be very impatient. He put 2 fingers together and turned them into the shape of a sword and pointed directly at her quasi-saint instrument. With a crack, the battle spear cracked and turned into hundreds of pieces, falling from the sky. For a moment, it was like a meteor shower, and it was unusually bright and dazzling. However, it seemed to be deliberately avoiding Gu Xian and did not hit her. This made her a little puzzled, but this puzzlement quickly dissipated. At this time, She did not have time to think too much. Put her down! Gu Xian Er's figure flew up into the sky. Her delicate fist seemed to be carved out of jade, but it contained incomparable power. She suddenly smashed it towards the blurry figure, trying to save Qing Xiaoyi. However, the other party's method was very simple. With a wave of his sleeve, the void in front of him blurred and a passage opened. He stepped into it and disappeared in an instant. Gu Xian Er's powerful punch could only hit empty air, which made her very unwilling. Damn it! Qing Xiaoyi has been taken away. I have to contact the elders of the Immortal Academy about this. Qing Xiaoyi is a thorn in their hearts. Thinking of this, Gu Xian took out a jade talisman and planned to contact the Immortal Academy. She was not worried that the elders would blame her for not protecting Qing Xiaoyi well. However, she still felt a little guilty. If she was a little stronger or a little more decisive, she might have been able to save Qing Xiaoyi by using other instruments. Could it be that the person who took Qing Xiaoyi cares about her immortal demon body? Gu Xian frowned and suddenly thought of Qing Xiaoyi's brother, Qing Feng. However, in her opinion, for something like this to happen, Qing Feng should be doomed. Soon, Gu Xian Er's figure flashed and appeared in the courtyard of Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. Here, she saw Qing Feng, who was about to explode, and there were bloodstains everywhere. He seemed to be dead. I'm too slow. Gu Xian felt a little guilty. However, her expression changed quickly, and she was a little surprised. No, there is still a trace of life. What saved him? Chapter 303. In the courtyard, dark clouds blew in and covered the surroundings. It was dark and gloomy, making the environment seem even more desolate. The thick smell of blood filled the air, causing the expressions of many nearby cultivators to change rapidly. In the sky, streaks of divine rainbows rushed over from all directions at high speed. The leader of the group was the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. As soon as they heard the commotion, they rushed over in a panic. However, they did not expect to see such a scene. Someone come quickly! Bad news, there's an enemy attack. The ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon's face turned pale. Seeing the scene, he felt dizzy and hurriedly called for a doctor. The siblings Qing Feng and Qing Xiaoyi did not have any powerful backing. However, the talent they displayed was valued by many elders of the Immortal Academy. If something happened to them here, it would be useless even if he went to meet them. Now, he could only hope to save Qing Feng's life first. When this kind of thing happened, it would definitely alarm the elders of True Immortal Academy and hurry over. That aura just now was at least the work of a saint. With the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon's ability, how could they take down a saint assassin? However, what made the Emperor of Azure Dragon relieved was that Gu Xian was safe and sound. She was calm and tranquil as she stood there. What he was most worried about was that something had happened to Gu Xian, and that he knew who was behind her. If she was hurt in the slightest, even the destruction of the entire ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon would not be enough to appease that person's anger. Miss Xian, it's good that you're fine. The Emperor of Azure Dragon revealed a relieved smile. Gu Xian nodded but did not reply. Runes flickered in her eyes. Strands of divine light shone as she carefully observed Qing Feng's current situation. At this moment, Qing Feng was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and looked like he was about to explode. His vitality was also extremely weak, like a candle in the autumn wind that could be extinguished at any time. However, there was a hazy light that was protecting his heart, meridians, and divine soul. If not for Gu Xian's strong perception, she would have thought that he was already dead. What is that? Gu Xian was puzzled and shocked. She looked over and saw a bottle-like object glowing faintly in Qing Feng's arms. The patterns were extremely simple and unadorned, and there were even traces of rust. Although it was stained with blood, it still looked extraordinary. Could it be that this 21 secret bottle saved Qing Feng's life? Gu Xian Er's shock was not unreasonable. The mysterious man who had kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi was very powerful. He was at least in the Saint Realm. Her quasi-sage level battle spear could fight at least a sage level existence after being activated by her. However, with a casual flick of the mysterious person's finger, it was shattered into pieces. With such terrifying strength, he was definitely not a simple saint. In the end, Qing Feng had only been on the path of cultivation for a short while. His strength was not even at the almighty realm, not to mention a palm strike from a sage. Even a wisp of pressure would not be able to withstand it and would directly explode. Although the mysterious man's aura is at the saint stage, his strength is definitely not at the saint stage. It's most likely an ancient freak. Gu Xian guessed, how could an ordinary sage realm cultivator have such strength? Moreover, what puzzled her was that after the mysterious man attacked, he seemed to be deliberately avoiding her. Could it be someone she knew? But which acquaintance would come and kidnap Qing Xiaoyi? Immortal demon body origin? Could it be someone related to the inheritor of demonic arts? Recently, I heard that an inheritor of demonic arts has appeared in the Black Tortoise ancient country. It seems that Qing Xiaoyi is most likely dead this time. Gu Xian sighed. Her heart was filled with doubts. She could only wait and see if Qing Feng would know anything after being saved. Otherwise, if Qing Xiaoyi was lost, it would be difficult to find her. However, this is a good opportunity to tell Gu Chang'e about this matter. Back then, in front of all the elders, he solemnly guaranteed the safety of Qing Xiaoyi and her brother. But now one of the siblings is seriously injured and the other's life is uncertain. Could it be Gu Chang'e's enemy who did this? She guessed in her heart. However, without evidence, it was hard to say. After that, a group of doctors from the Azure Dragon ancient country rushed over, intending to treat Qing Feng first. Speaking of which, Qing Feng's injuries were extremely fatal. It was obvious that the mysterious man was determined to kill him. However, to be able to withstand a saint's palm strike and survive, and still have a glimmer of life left, shocked all the doctors. His heart and veins were protected by a mysterious force. His soul was almost destroyed, but in the end it was still protected by that force. This is really strange. They were very surprised. They had seen many injuries, but this was the first time they had seen such a situation. He had just returned from the gates of hell. If it wasn't for his incredible luck, then he was not destined to die. Even the heavens could not bear to take him away. This little bottle is a little strange. There were some sharp-eyed people who saw the quaint little bottle in Qing Feng's arms. However, they did not think too much about it. They did not have Gu Xian's eyesight and naturally could not see through the mysteries of this little bottle. Gu Xian did not think too much about it. Although she was stingy and loved to take advantage of others, it did not mean that she would take advantage of the situation. At this moment, she was mainly worried about the safety of Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. She was the leader of this trial in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. As the senior sister, she could not even protect the two of them. This made the proud and arrogant her feel a little uncomfortable. If it was Gu Chang'e, nothing would have happened to Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng. That mysterious man might not even have been able to escape. I am still too weak, she was a little disheartened. Previously, she had been defeated repeatedly by Gu Chang'e. She did not expect that she would not even be able to take down a mysterious man. Gu Xian suspected that the teachers in the Peach Village were lying to her. They actually said that with her strength, she could easily defeat those of the same generation and become invincible. Even she herself did not believe this. After hesitating for a while, she still took the initiative to send a message to Gu Chang'e. She hoped that Gu Chang'e could come up with a solution. But soon, the communication amulet lit up. The moment she told Gu Chang'e about what happened here, Gu Chang'e sent a message back. Gu Xian was a little surprised. Normally, Gu Chang'e would not be so concerned about something. Why are you so useless? You can't even take care of two people. However, she did not expect Gu Chang'e's first sentence to be a scolding. Gu Xian was a little angry. She almost threw the communication amulet in her hand away. Shouldn't he be concerned about her at this time? However, Gu Chang'e actually scolded her. "I'll be there soon." However, when she heard Gu Chang'e's next sentence, she gave up and snorted. "I'm just telling you about this. Who asked you to come? If you could save me some trouble, I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble." After saying this, Gu Chang'e crushed the communication amulet in his hand. Naturally, he could not hear Gu Xian's endless chatter. He glanced at the unconscious Qing Xiaoyi in his hand. Then the space in front of him blurred again. He stepped into it and soon disappeared from the territory of the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. From Gu Xian, he found out that Qing Feng was not dead. Of course, this was all part of his plan. If he killed Qing Feng now, who would testify against him later? When he killed Qing Feng, he deliberately held back. On one hand, he was worried that he would accidentally kill Qing Feng. Of course, Gu Chang'e knew that he had the heaven-wielding bottle. That item was Qing Feng's life-changing divine weapon. It should be able to protect him at a critical moment and save his life at the same time. For this game of chess, he had rushed over from the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird without stopping. However, with his current speed, it would not take him much time. When he was rushing, he merged with the Tao of space and traveled thousands of miles in an instant. Even a small teleportation formation was not as fast as his speed. What he had to think about now was how to find a suitable place to leave Qing Xiaoyi there. If there's enough time, I can use the guidance Tao Fruit to get her immortal demon body origin source. A dense radiance appeared in Gu Chang'e's palm. Then it turned into a dazzling sapling. All kinds of rules and runes flashed and spewed out multicolored light. There were fruits on the sapling. One of the fruits was surrounded by a primordial purple aura. It was extremely mysterious and mystical. All kinds of Tao and skills fell and intertwined on it. Gu Chang'e looked at the unconscious Qing Xiaoyi. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, a sparkling and translucent fruit fell from the sapling. It turned into a ball of light and fell toward Qing Xiaoyi's forehead, merging with it instantly. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. What happened in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon did not spread at first. Only a small group of people knew about it. In the end, it was because there were too few geniuses in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. However, Gu Xian told Gu Chang'e about it through the Jade Talisman. The news of Qing Xiaoyi's abduction spread among the geniuses of the Immortal Academy, causing a huge uproar. Gu Chang'e, who was far away in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird, returned immediately after dealing with the absolute Yin calamity. Then he led his people and rushed to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Many young geniuses and ancient freaks were paying attention to Gu Chang'e's every move. Someone saw him leaving the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird. After asking around, they knew what happened in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon. Word spread. Almost all the geniuses of the ancient kingdoms knew about it. They were extremely shocked. Qing Xiaoyi and Qing Feng were very special in the Immortal Academy. They did not have any background. However, their talents were very strong. Many elders fought to take them in as disciples. Now that Qing Xiaoyi was in trouble, many of the young geniuses were gloating. It was said that her body was very special. The appearance of the inheritor of the demonic arts made many people connect the dots. They wondered if it was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. Many geniuses in the ancient kingdom of Black Tortoise were harmed by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Could it be that the inheritor of the demonic arts had run to the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon? The inheritor of the demonic arts? In a residence filled with divine aura, 6th Crown Prince Junyao was sitting cross-legged on a green rock. He seemed to be deep in thought. Suddenly he thought of someone. Of course, it was not the inheritor of the demonic arts. After all, he had just seen Ying Shuang in the black tortoise royal capital on the day Qing Xiaoyi was abducted. Even if Ying Shuang had wings on her back and could travel through the void, it was impossible for her to abduct Qing Xiaoyi in such a short time. Therefore, he did not think the rumors about the inheritor of the demonic arts were true. The real culprit was someone else. It was not the inheritor of the demonic arts, but it should be related to him. It is said that the Purple Sun sovereign went to chase after the inheritor of the demonic arts. However, Ying Shuang did not leave the black tortoise royal capital. Then, who is the person he was chasing? Interesting. So the two of them are in cahoots. No wonder Ying Shuang is so daring. The Purple Sun sovereign's golden cicada shell shedding technique has reached perfection. Jun Yao smiled. Then he closed his eyes and did not continue to care. He had seen through everything, but he was too lazy to point it out. The inheritor of the demonic arts, Ying Shuang, was so capable. She had actually joined hands with the Purple Sun sovereign in secret. He had underestimated Ying Shuang. With such ability, no wonder she was able to escape unscathed from Gu Chang'e. At this time, everyone is in the dark. I just don't know if Gu Chang'e can see through all of this. Jun Yao murmured. He had a little bit of expectation in his heart. If Gu Chang'e couldn't even see through this, then he would be a little disappointed. In his opinion, this great enemy was only SOSO, inheritor of the demonic arts? Could it be that he wants to push the blame to me again? No. 6 Crown Kings saw me personally that day. He can definitely prove that I did not do it. On the other side, as the scapegoat, Ying Shuang naturally received this news as well. At the beginning, he was also very shocked. But after he reacted, his expression became incomparably ugly. After all, according to the rumors, everyone suspected that this was done by the inheritor of the demonic arts. In other words, he had become the scapegoat again. Gu Chang'e, I have no enmity with him. Why is he trying to frame me time and time again? Even if the 6 Crown King knows that I did not do it, so what? Thinking of this, Ying Shuang was incomparably sullen, angry, and unwilling. He clenched his fists tightly, but there was nothing he could do about this. He could not even defend himself. You have been following my young miss these past few days? Is there something you want to do? However, at this moment, a woman's cold voice rang in Ying Shuang's ears. He suddenly regained his senses and looked at the beautiful girl who was walking over. Ying Shuang was momentarily stunned. Only now did he react. Right now, he was standing next to a street stall. This young girl dressed as a maid was staring at him with unkind eyes. Ying Shuang did not expect that even though he was so careful, he would still be noticed by Yin Mei. Not far away, Yin Mei was frowning and staring at him. She had a suspicious, puzzled, and cautious expression on her face. I am actually not a bad person. Ying Shuang smiled in a simple and honest manner, rubbing his nose. You followed my young miss for so many days, yet you still say that you are not a bad person? The maid's eyes were unkind. Magical force surged from her body, divine symbols flickering, looking like she was about to attack. Don't attack. I am really a good person, Ying Shuang hurriedly said. He did not want to offend Yin Mei over such a small matter and incur her displeasure. Little Zhu let him come over. At this time, Yin Mei not far away spoke, sighing. I also feel that he is not a bad person. I seem to see a familiar shadow on him. Her words were not loud, carrying a sigh and a bit of helplessness, but Ying Shuang heard it. Ying Shuang was stunned. After he reacted, his eyes could not help but widen in shock. He faintly guessed the meaning of Yin Mei's words. Did she see the shadow of the horse boy he used to be? Thinking of this, Ying Shuang suddenly became excited, but more importantly, he was moved. It had been so long. Young Miss Yin Mei still did not forget him, even if he was only a lowly horse boy. At this moment, Ying Shuang did not know what kind of mood he was in as he walked over. What is your name? Are you the genius of a mortal academy? Yin Mei's voice sounded again, making Ying Shuang could not help but come back to his senses. He was stunned for a moment, and for some unknown reason he unexpectedly shook his head. No, he was trying to calm his excited mood. He remembered that last time when young Miss In-mei asked for his name, he was being bullied by a group of people and almost died on the street. I am no longer the servant boy of the past. I can stand in front of young Miss In-mei with dignity. I will let her know who in this world is truly good for her. Ying Shuang's mood was surging. After several twists and turns, he could finally speak to In-mei with dignity. Are you not? In-mei looked a bit disappointed and shook her head. If you are not the genius of Immortal Academy, why would you appear here? Ying Shuang was speechless for a moment. If he was not the genius of Immortal Academy, why would he be here? He had no choice but to brace himself and say, Actually, I am the genius of Immortal Academy who came here to train. A long time ago, I knew about the existence of Heavenly Maiden In-mei and admired her, so you secretly followed me, right? In-mei calmly interrupted him. Seeing that you have an honest attitude, I will not pursue this matter today. Don't let me see you again in the future. After saying that, she was about to leave. Hearing this, Ying Shuang was suddenly stunned. He stood in place and quietly watched In-mei leave. However, his mood was not calm at all. When he was still a servant boy, he understood In-mei's character very well. If she was really angry, it was impossible for her to let him leave safely. In other words, she is actually not angry at my actions. It should be because she feels that I am somewhat familiar. In that case, in In-mei's heart, the previous me actually had some weight. Thinking of this, Ying Shuang suddenly felt that being framed as an inheritor of demonic arts was not something unacceptable. His current life was no longer as gloomy as it had been in the past. Chapter 304. The ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon was no longer peaceful. There was a fluctuation in the air, and after a moment of fuzziness, a space passage appeared. The elders of the Immortal Academy, who had received the news, finally broke through space and rushed over. There were 3 of them, 2 men and 1 woman, and all of them were extremely old. Gu Xian, the king of Azure Dragon, and the others had been waiting for a long time at the entrance of the palace. 3 people came. Gu Xian was slightly surprised. She glanced at the sky in the distance, but still didn't see Gu Chang'e. Greetings to the elders. The king of Azure Dragon and the others hurried forward to greet them. No need to be so polite. The old woman waved her hand and said lightly. She was called Granny Inhua. She wore flowery clothes and held a dragon-headed walking stick. Her silver hair was neatly combed, and not a strand of hair was out of place. At this moment, her face was very ugly. She had originally thought highly of Qing Xiaoyi and had even fought with the other elders over her. When she suddenly heard this news, she didn't know how to react for a long time. She couldn't imagine who would be so bold as to kidnap Qing Xiaoyi during the trial. The other 2 elders felt the same as Granny Inhua. Although they were extremely shocked, worried, and angry, they didn't dare to blame Gu Xian. Although Gu Xian didn't protect her as the senior sister, Gu Chang'e was behind her. Who would dare to blame her? However, they didn't treat her well either. Gu Xian naturally knew the reason, but she didn't bother to say anything. She looked cold. She had done everything she could. In order to save Qing Feng, she had even sacrificed a few precious sacred medicines. After that, everyone came to the palace where Qing Feng was recuperating. With the help of many old doctors in the ancient kingdom of Azure Dragon, Qing Feng was still breathing, but he was still unconscious. When the 3 elders rushed over, he was still subconsciously grabbing forward, as if trying to save his sister. Gu Xian's expression was cold and calm. She noticed this detail and raised her eyebrows slightly. At that time, Qing Feng must have noticed that Qing Xiaoyi was suddenly taken away by someone and chased after her. As a result, that mysterious person sent a palm strike over. Not only did it shatter the protective item that the elder had given Qing Feng, it also almost killed him. The fluctuation she felt at that time was actually from that palm. Because she had arrived in time, the mysterious man did not attack again. Instead, he took Qing Xiaoyi away and did not bother her too much. What a pity! I don't know how he survived with such injuries. The three elders sighed and quickly examined Qing Feng's injuries. They were shocked at how he had survived, but they couldn't find the reason. This old man has a 9 transformations, soul, return elixir on hand. Consider it a bargain for this brat. An elder then painfully took out a pill the size of a thumb. It was enshrouded in 9 colored pill clouds, but the moment it appeared, it emitted an aura that made one's hair stand on end. Not only that, but various strange phenomena also appeared in the vicinity of the medicinal pill. Immortal birds soared, divine mountains towered, and it was indescribably marvelous. Looks like you've really put in a lot of effort. The expressions of the 2 elders at the side changed, and they couldn't help but take in a cold breath. The 9 transformations soul, return elixir, was a pill that could be used even when they were heavily injured. But soon they realized this guy's intention. If he saved Qing Feng and then found Qing Xiaoyi, she would definitely be greatly indebted to him. She was bound to be deeply grateful to him and would very likely take him as her master. This made them somewhat regretful that they had missed such a good opportunity. Then this 9 transformations, soul, return elixir was swallowed. Along with a burst of colorful light, many strange phenomena intertwined. Even the unconscious Qing Feng was dazzling. This 9 transformations soul return elixir is indeed miraculous. This elder couldn't help but reveal a joyful expression. Although it was painful, it was good that it was effective. At this moment, Qing Feng's weakened state was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his pale and bloodless face gradually became rosy and lustrous. As expected of the 9 transformations, soul, return elixir. With such effects, it really is called a life-saving elixir. Granny Yin Hua couldn't help but praise. On the other hand, Gu Xian noticed that there seemed to be a strange pattern flashing across Qing Feng's simple and unadorned little bottle. Very soon, this elixir was swallowed. Qing Feng coughed out a mouthful of dirty blood. His ruptured organs and bones began to heal. Divine light intertwined and turned into a purple immortal aura that drowned him, causing his complexion to become better. Sister, let go of my sister. Qing Feng suddenly opened his eyes and subconsciously shouted. He wanted to get up, but because he tore his wounds, he felt a piercing pain. His face turned pale, and cold sweat flowed down his face. At this moment, he finally realized that he was no longer in the courtyard that night. He actually came back to life. Seeing this scene, Gu Xian couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The other elders at the side also let out a sigh of relief. The elder who took out the 9 transformations, soul, return elixir, couldn't help but smile. Good, good. It's not a loss. Little sister has been kidnapped. However, Qing Feng was in a daze, as if he didn't notice them. He couldn't help but mutter, feeling incomparably uneasy, panicked, and worried. Seeing this, Granny Yin Hua frowned. Her soul has been frightened. She needs to calm down and recuperate for a while. However, as she spoke, she waved her sleeve, and a ball of hazy light landed on Qing Feng. Qing Feng, who was still in a daze, gradually recovered and became calm. This was the heart-calming mantra. Thank you, elders and senior sister Xian, for saving my life. Qing Feng calmed down. He knew that this was not the time to talk nonsense, so he began to narrate what happened that night. He finished cultivating and was preparing to sleep. However, he suddenly felt a strange fluctuation coming from his sister's courtyard next door. Of course, this fluctuation wasn't felt by him, but by the heaven-wielding bottle. Therefore, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. When he rushed over, he happened to see a mysterious person. His entire body was covered in pitch-black runes, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. He was grabbing the unconscious Qing Xiaoyi and was about to leave. This scene made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Without thinking, he wanted to go and save Qing Xiaoyi. However, that mysterious person just casually slammed his palm down, and the protective item that the elders gave him instantly exploded into pieces. His consciousness also dissipated in an instant. At that time, if it wasn't for this mysterious bottle that blocked the attack for me, I would have been destroyed in both body and soul. Qing Feng said bitterly. At this time, he couldn't hide the existence of the mysterious bottle anymore. After all, the three elders had already noticed this when they were saving him. With his own strength, it was impossible for him to block that attack. Otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. This bottle? Granny Yinhua took the bottle in surprise and carefully examined it. The ordinary patterns were extremely simple and unadorned. It was covered in rust, and there was nothing special about it. This bottle, could it be the heaven-wielding bottle? On the other hand, the other elder at the side had eyes like torches. After a few careful glances, he said in a deep voice, recognizing him, "The heaven-wielding bottle of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts?" Gu Xian was also a little surprised. Naturally, she had also heard of the heaven-wielding 7 artifacts. It was rumored that if one gathered all 7 artifacts, they would be able to find the secret treasure of the Immortal Palace. It contained countless precious opportunities. To be honest, the ordinary-looking bottle in Qing Feng's hand was the heaven-wielding bottle. To be honest, it was out of her expectations. However, at this time, Qing Feng took the initiative to speak frankly. Even if the elders were tempted, they couldn't take it for themselves. After studying it for half a day, they returned the bottle to Qing Feng. At that time, that mysterious person was very decisive. He predicted that Qing Feng wouldn't be able to block a single attack and would die instantly. This also made it difficult for us to trace the situation back then. However, we should still try. Qing Xiaoyi's soul tablet hasn't dissipated yet. This means that her life isn't in danger yet. Then, the 3 Supreme Being elders appeared in the courtyard where Qing Xiaoyi was abducted. Each of them used their own methods to trace the scene back then. Soon, along with various colored lights and laws, a hazy fog of chaos spread out. It was as if they had arrived at the beginning of the world. Vague signs appeared in the sky, making one's heart palpitate. Just as the elders were about to see that mysterious person, a terrifying gray fog suddenly swept over. The 3 of them groaned, and their faces paled as if they were struck by lightning. They hurriedly retreated from this state. After going through so much trouble, they didn't see anything in the end. What kind of method does that mysterious person have? He either has a secret treasure or some kind of divine ability that can interfere with heaven's secrets. The elders' expressions were extremely solemn. They felt that this matter was very troublesome. No matter which possibility it was, it meant that the mysterious person had a powerful background. Kidnapping Qing Xiaoyi was definitely premeditated. Something's not right. Perhaps there's a way to find that mysterious person, then, just as everyone was at a loss of what to do. Granny Yinhua suddenly spoke. She was very confident as she stared at the heaven-wielding bottle. It's rumored that the heaven-wielding bottle is called the heaven-wielding bottle because it's made of a special material. It's both offensive and defensive and can even absorb the opponent's attack and rebound it. Her words made everyone's eyes light up. At that time, the heaven-wielding bottle blocked the attack for Qing Feng. Perhaps we can try activating it and trace the attack. That mysterious person probably didn't expect Qing Feng to have something like the heaven-wielding bottle. Based on the aura and laws contained in the attack, we can naturally trace the person who did it. The 2 elders nodded and looked at Granny Yinhua with admiration. Gu Xian also felt that this method was feasible. There was always a light at the end of the tunnel. No one would have expected Qing Feng to have the heaven-wielding bottle. Then, the 3 elders acted together. They planned to activate the heaven-wielding bottle and restore the attack that it had absorbed. Buzz! The terrifying laws of the supreme realm descended. Even if it was only a wisp, it was extremely terrifying. It changed the color of the sky, and all the cultivators and living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles couldn't help but want to kneel down and kowtow. A monstrous aura suddenly rose in this place. Then, the rust on the surface of the heaven-wielding bottle fell off as if it had been washed clean. It became full of Taoist rhymes, and streaks of dazzling light appeared on it. Then, a pitch-black palm print appeared from the reflection of the sky-wielding bottle and condensed in the void. The divine power fluctuation from it made Qing Feng's expression change drastically. He revealed a bone-deep hatred. That's right, it's this aura. Back then, it was this palm that almost destroyed my body and soul. Qing Feng's eyes were filled with hatred and anger. How could he forget such a feeling? The other party had just casually slapped him to death like an ant. Although it's wrapped in dark runes, the origin aura is another kind. This kind of origin aura is very rare. No, it's not rare. It should be other than that person. Granny Yinhua carefully sized up the large black palm print. With her eyesight, she quickly noticed the abnormality. However, she thought of something and her expression changed. She was a little afraid and didn't continue speaking. The other elder's expression also changed abruptly. Then he chose to shut up. He was a little flustered and was forcing himself to calm down. How is this possible? The last elder's expression was uncertain. He glanced at Qing Feng and sighed deeply. He seemed to be very conflicted and helpless. What's going on? Elders, why are you suddenly like this? Qing Feng, who was originally full of anticipation, was suddenly stunned. Looking at the three elders' expressions, uneasiness rose in his heart. Could it be that the person who kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi was not simple? Why were they so afraid that they couldn't say anything? Or did they not dare to believe it? How is this possible? Staring at the large black palm print, Gu Xian's eyes flickered with runes. After many deductions, he was also shocked in the end. This aura is almost the same as the purple sun lord who fought with Gu Chang'e. This kind of primordial energy other than him. No one else should be able to use it, right? After a moment of silence, she took the initiative to speak. Her voice was cold and calm. Gu Xian glanced at the elders who kept silent and continued. It seems that the three elders should have seen through it as well. The Purple Sun Lord's identity was a disciple of the Immortal Academy. He once suppressed the younger generation of the Upper Realm and was the number one of his generation. Behind him was the Purple Mansion of the Imperishable Sect. It was normal that the three elders were afraid of this and did not want to talk about it. Even Gu Xian was very surprised just now. She wondered if the Purple Sun Lord was wrongly accused. However, thinking about it carefully, she also wondered if it was an ancient freak who did it. Moreover, the other party deliberately avoided her. Thinking back to how Ziyang, Lord of Heaven, had pursued her, Gu Xian finally figured it out. Why would the Purple Sun Lord kidnap Qing Xiaoyi? Gu Xian could not understand, but she had already said it. The three elders looked at each other. There was fear in their eyes, but they did not say much. The Purple Mansion was powerful and mysterious. There was no need to say more. This time the Purple Mansion specially sent an extremely old freak who was in the Immortal Academy. He thought highly of the Purple Sun Lord and planned to protect him. That old freak was not someone they could compare to. It was rumored that after that person failed to achieve Tao, he cut off his own blade. However, he could return to his peak at any time. His strength was unfathomable. Although they suspected the Purple Sun Lord, they did not dare to say much. They did not dare to think deeper. Why would he kidnap Qing Xiaoyi if he did not have any enmity with her? After all, no sequence disciple had a simple background. Their background was not to be underestimated. Senior Xian, what should we do? Qing Feng's face turned pale. He was not stupid at all. After hearing Gu Xian's words and seeing the change in attitude of the elders, did it not mean anything? The Purple Sun Lord was an ancient freak who had the purple mansion behind him. Not only did he have a powerful background, but his strength was also unfathomable. He and Qing Xiaoyi had no power or influence. They were only chosen by the elders because of their talents. However, would they offend the Purple Sun Lord because of this? Offend the purple mansion behind him? Was it worth it? Gu Xian'er was also stunned. She quickly thought about the Purple Sun Lord's intentions in her mind. What was the reason for him to kidnap Qing Xiaoyi? Could it be that it was the same as last time? First, he kidnapped Qing Xiaoyi, set up a trap, and then let her go and claim that he was the one who found her. Or was it to gain her favor? This possibility was not high. Then it should be because of Qing Xiaoyi's immortal demon body. When did the Purple Sun Lord ally himself with the inheritor of the demonic arts? Gu Xian'er's expression was heavy. It was not that she did not want to help Qing Feng. However, if she was alone, she would not be able to face the power behind the Purple Sun Lord. The Gu family would not listen to her. Moreover, the three elders in front of her were all smart people. They did not want to interfere and seemed to want to stay out of this. Most importantly, she could not be sure if the Purple Sun Lord was related to the inheritor of the demonic arts. If he was, she could use this opportunity to inform everyone. After all, there were too many reasons to kidnap Qing Xiaoyi. As long as the Purple Sun Lord refused to admit it, what could she do? Senior Xian, I beg you to save Xiaoyi. Qing Feng's face turned pale. He quickly begged and took out the heaven-wielding bottle. As long as you can save Xiaoyi, I am willing to give this bottle to you. Although the heaven-wielding bottle was precious, the elders were not stupid. The elder who used the 9 revolutions soul return elixir to save Qing Feng waved his hand and said, "We will think of a way. We will definitely save Qing Xiaoyi, but we need to think about it carefully." Hearing the perfunctory tone in their words, Qing Feng felt even more desperate. He could only look at Gu Xian'er for help. "I will do my best to help you." She nodded gently, but could not promise anything. "Senior Xian'er, thank you. I know you will have a way. Young Master Chang'e dotes on you so much. If you ask young Master Chang'e." At this time, Qing Feng was like grasping at a life-saving straw. He couldn't help but say anxiously, he saw hope in Gu Xian'er. If there was anyone in the younger generation who could help him, it would definitely be Gu Chang'e. There was no doubt about it. Since when did Gu Chang'e dote on me? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er's cold expression suddenly froze. Then he subconsciously asked, "Young Master, Chang'e treats you so well. Back then, when Lord Purple Sun wanted to get close to you, he was beaten up so badly by young Master Chang'e." Qing Feng thought that Gu Xian'er was unhappy and quickly explained, "Stop talking." Gu Xian'er reacted and quickly interrupted him. He said a little angrily, "You are not allowed to say such things in the future." "Oh, not allowed to say what?" However, at this moment, a surprised young man's voice suddenly rang out from outside the courtyard. Gu Xian'er was stunned. He saw Gu Chang'e leading a group of followers here. Behind him was the Azure Dragon King, who was leading the way with a fawning expression. "Young Master Chang'e, when did you arrive?" The 3 elders were also shocked. Even as supreme beings, they had not sensed when Gu Chang'e had arrived or when he had walked here. Just a little trick. Gu Chang'e seemed to know why they were shocked. He waved an ancient artifact in his hand and smiled. "Next door."